Oh, well. Is this thing on? Well, look at that, it is. What's up, friends? It is Thursday. We're slightly earlier than usual, but that's because today is GGG Live Day to announce all the fun business that is going to be the 3.27 update, aka Keepers of the Flame. They've already teased a bunch of stuff from a new assassin rework, which I didn't see until just now. Some heist, like a bunch of quality of life. Heist rogues will begin at their max level. Atlas tree and regular passive tree instant full refunds through like Faustus. They've teased the asynchronous trading from PoE 2 in one of those announcements of other things. Some other stuff with like specters not being lost when they die. There's been a bunch of stuff, and they said there's even more quality of life things like that to be announced, which presumably we'll hear more about in approximately 4 minutes. But also, probably the biggest thing that I'm most curious about myself is the impending Breach rework. Another thing that was kind of spotted in those quality of life teaser announcements was the Breach nodes were either removed from the Atlas tree or like moved around or changed or something. And considering this is looking very much like a Breach themed league, it would make sense that they removed the Breach nodes from the Atlas tree, because back in Necropolis League they experimented with the idea of adding some passive nodes to the Atlas tree for the current league mechanic. It was pretty resoundingly rejected by the player base. Like, most people did not like that because it felt kind of mandatory if you wanted to get the most out of the new league to spend the points on the Atlas tree. So it was kind of like a Atlas point tax. And so if Breach is the new league and they remove it, would make sense that they remove the points. That's all. But there was also a funky looking slot on the side of the player inventory screen that had like a really purpley kind of growth look to it. My first thought when I saw it was the Scourge League, which I didn't play, but I did see a little bit of footage from. And I kind of hope it's not like whatever Keepers of Flames ends up being. I really hope it's not a rerun of Scourge, because that was also pretty widely hated from what I remember. But yeah, I'm excited for a Breach rework. I'm nervous for what it could mean, because I really like Breach the way it was. It wasn't like the greatest thing ever, you know, like the most groundbreaking thing ever. It's just kill monsters in circle, but they look really cool, you know. They looked really cool, and it was like a bunch of monsters, so it's fun to just blow them all up. Anyways, we'll just have to see, won't we? There were some maybe not rumors, but like wild predictions that we're getting a rework of some of the Shadow Ascendancies into, or one of the Shadow Ascendancies into the Acolyte of Chai'ula. Which, I mean, if ever there was a time to do that in PoE 2 and PoE 1, I mean, and now would be the time. But I'm not 100% certain they're gonna go with that, because that is a monk ascendancy, you know. And Shadow's gonna be added to PoE 2 eventually, and so I think they'll probably want 3 separate ascendancies for that. But who knows, really. Yeah, my original plan was also to watch all this stuff, read the patch notes, and then do a practice run afterwards through the campaign. But from what I remember in the last announcement, I think for PoE 2, it ended up being like 4 hours of watching stuff and then reading patch notes. So I'm probably going to be done once we're through the patch notes. But we'll do practice runs tomorrow and Saturday, for sure.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games.
Hi, Jonathan.
And welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame, which is coming out 1 week from now on October the 31st. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Hive-born crawler pet by following the instructions below. Without further ado, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame.
We, the Keepers of the Flame, serve the will
I'll get the audio right
of
one
the
of these
dreamer.
times.
His instructions whispered from beyond the wall of sleep.
Oh.
But now, the Hiveborn are here, on Rayclast, and they seek to poison our world.
Like permanent breaches? Yeah, wait, we get a bar? I kind of wondered about that before.
We must close their breaches.
I think that hand was flipping me
Destroy
off.
their hives. Slay their breach lords.
Wait, waves? Okay.
And by his gifts, the dreamer provides.
Yes, more trees! Literally end the
They
skill
brought
trees.
this war to our world, but we shall end it, whatever it takes.
Close enough. Welcome back, Three of Whispers. Yo. Whoa. Whoa. The hell is going on? That we got Ubers for the memory bosses. Let's go! I mean, we kind of knew asynchronous trading was here, but like, it's good to see confirmation.
Now, as you can see, this expansion is a true sequel to the Breach League, first introduced to the game in 2016. We felt like it was time to
Only
progress the story of Breach, bringing
9
with it a
years ago.
slew of new updates to the base game. In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame, beginning with the League mechanic, covering all the fearsome challenges it presents, and the new twisted ways you'll be able to empower your character. After that, we'll dive into the new ascendancy options possible with Bloodline classes. Then we'll cover the much anticipated and synchronous trade system coming to Path of Exile 1. Afterwards, we'll move into the new Uber Pinnacle bosses, how to access them, and some new drops worthy of the added difficulty. Finally, we'll cover some notable quality of life improvements before moving on to our supporter packs and challenge rewards.
The most important part of
We'll
the day,
then have a
honestly.
live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile's game directors Mark and myself your questions from Twitch chat. And after the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM New Zealand time or 3 PM Pacific. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi,
Hi, Mark.
I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Breach is a beloved league that has had an iconic history
Damn
in
straight.
PoE. We intend to honor that legacy with our first ever sequel league, Keepers of the Flame. This develops every aspect of Breach, adding new layers to discover, richer lore, scarier bosses, and
What did you miss?
entirely new mechanics.
The
That
trailer,
said,
really.
This is still Breach, so you will still be opening breaches and slaying hordes of
It didn't show
otherworldly
anything too
monsters.
well.
The Breach Lords have found the means to stabilize the
It was
connection
basically this
between
right
their
here.
realm and Rayclast. Now, with their grip tightening, we learn their true goal in our world, conquest. The threat they pose has now escalated to home soil. On the coast in Act 1, you'll encounter Aelith, the founder of the Keepers of the Flame. This is a monastic order sworn to defend Rayclast from the Breach Lords. The exit to the Mudflats has been barricaded by Hiveborn, Breach monsters.
Just what
that
we
are
needed,
working
more
to
shit in the-
claim every
in the
inch of
Bloodflats.
Rayclast. Aelith can grant you a small spark of the power of the Flame, allowing you to blast away their barricade and move onwards. Once you enter the Mudflats, you'll find it infested with Breach monsters.
Yes.
They appear to be constructing a kind of hive, creating strange shapes and structures that absolutely don't belong.
Just another
Time
reason
to
to like
purge them
Breach.
with
They
fire.
killed all the roads in the Mudflats for us.
Aelith needs you to protect her as she empowers the flame to do so. Hold off the assault long enough, and she'll be able to demolish the hive with cleansing flame.
My first thought is to think Ultimatum meets Breach, which I have mixed feelings on, but
In other areas, the gap between worlds
maybe
is
it's not that
strained.
bad.
Here, you'll find a more familiar encounter with a new twist. A massive breach hand sunders the space between dimensions, and touching it will open an unstable breach, causing monsters to flood in. If you can slaughter them quickly enough, you can stabilize the breach. This brazen action can draw the attention of Vroon, Marshal of Zesht, who will do everything it can to stop you.
So that's what the bar is for.
Defeating this boss will permanently seal the breach, severing another connection between the Breachlord's world and Rayclast. These stabilized breaches are similar to what a breach once was, but with upgraded monsters, a success condition to shoot for, UI tracking to keep the player informed of their progress through the encounter, and satisfying feedback when you do manage to complete the encounter.
Loot vacuums.
We've taken all the
Finally.
lessons we've learned since the release of Breach 9 years ago and improved upon it in every way we can.
Get
However,
that shit out of here.
Much of the joy of Breach came from its simplicity. While we want to modernize the mechanic, we don't want to undermine the core experience.
That's
You're
right.
still mostly just slaughtering hordes of enemies in a circle.
That's right. That's what we like.
Finally, in endgame areas you might run into breach constructions that have been left unopposed for too long, and have grown into their full twisted glory. Breach hives. Towering flesh-crafted cities in the sky. These are the visions of the Breach Lords made real in Rayclast, teeming with breach monsters. You must raid and destroy these cities with the help of Aelith and her flame. In some of these hives, you may even encounter some of the Breach Lords themselves, who will not be happy you're intruding on their planned conquest. Now, let's talk loot. Of course, being an exile is hard work, and you're unlikely to help entirely out of the goodness of your heart. Fortunately, Aelith has power and rewards aplenty, born of the Breach Realm itself, to offer you for your assistance. Help her, and she'll bring you to the Monastery of the Keepers, the hallowed halls of her order. Here, you'll find the Genesis Tree, the growing heart of the Keeper's power. On interacting with it, you'll find that this tree has a tree. That's
Let's
right.
go.
It couldn't be Path of Exile unless the tree also had a tree. More importantly, the Genesis Tree is an engine of unholy creation, and a profitable one. As you complete breach encounters and work more with Aelith, you'll be able to grow the Genesis Tree larger and larger.
All I can think of is
sprouting
the Tree of
additional
Whispers, dude.
limbs. Each of these limbs, you'll notice, has their own inventories. These can be used for an unusual method of crafting new items. With this system, you'll be able to grow currency, uniques, equipment,
Blech.
and a new kind of otherworldly item, grafts. Grafts are breach hands grown directly from the Genesis Tree, born of the same flesh and sinew as the invading monsters. These fuse directly to your body, in a completely safe process. Don't worry about it.
I'll never
With
be taking
grafts,
my
you
breach
can
hand
harness
wings
the
off for
power
this
of the
entire
breach.
league.
Some provide passive benefits like this, or this.
Well, what
but
are those?
They can also grant a wide selection of powerful skills. These graft skills can provide a flexible way to fill gaps in your build, offering everything from damage to potent defensive buffs and crowd control.
Can't wait to touch grass. Now you don't
For
even have to
example,
go outside to
the
do it. Isn't that
battering
great?
All graft will call massive arms to
Hey,
erupt
yo.
from the earth.
That was a
stunning
player
all those they
ability?
hit. For some additional pack clearing power, you could consider the Squalling Tool Graft. When commanded, this graft will cast Dance in the White, creating a deadly ice tornado which aggressively seeks enemies and fires off bursts of ricocheting projectiles when you critically strike with skills. For some further utility and a useful buff, try out the Storming Ash Graft. This can be commanded to call down a ring of bolts from the sky that will leave behind the new Radiant Ground. Radiant Ground grants a potent damage buff to allies standing within it, and makes their hit damage lucky.
Oh,
If you're simply after raw damage, look no further than the Erupting Zothgraft, which causes massive eruptions of fire where you command, which then re-erupt when you Warcry. There are a total of 16 different graft types you can grow, each with their own skill. You can even unlock a second graft slot as you progress through Aelith's questline, so feel free to mix and
Nice.
match Flesh Zone horrors to your heart's content.
we're playing Jujutsu
Now,
Kaisen now.
grafts aren't
Hell
just
yeah.
here to make you stronger. They are also your means of feeding the Genesis tree, which needs constant supplies of graft blood to grow anything useful. You can do this by defeating breach monsters, which will leave behind blood that your graft will automatically collect. When you feed this blood to the tree, your
I got so
allocated
happy when
passives
he
will
said
be put to work.
automatically collect, dude.
This section of the Genesis tree can be used to grow new grafts for you, which the Genesis tree will then birth in a gruesome display.
Plit. Close enough. Welcome back, incubators.
Basic passives on the tree might increase item rarity of birthed grafts, or the chance to birth additional grafts. These passives can target specific types of grafts, and this passive causes grafts to be birthed with a random amount of quality. Quality improves the amount of blood that can be stored by your grafts. This section of the Genesis tree births currency items. Basic passives can result in more or better currency. Allocate this passive to sometimes cause a shower of currency to burst forth from the flesh of the tree.
Ah, yeah, it's like EU
Yeah,
invasion,
it's a
but for
bit
money.
gross. But working with the organic matter of a bunch of dead otherworldly creatures was never going to be a clean affair.
He's got a point.
Grafts themselves are born of a different world, so are unmodifiable by most currencies. However, with this passive, the Genesis tree can occasionally grow fleshy mockeries of currency orbs.
They look
These
so
function
yucky,
like
dude.
augmentation orbs, regal orbs, or exalted orbs, but they work on your grafts instead of normal gear. Yep, it's graft crafting.
Grafting.
Allocating this passive can result in foul-born currencies. This foul-born exalted orb, for instance, behaves as a normal exalted orb.
Don't worry,
except
Dagam.
it
I won't even
guarantees a
look at
higher
anyone
team
else's
modifier.
tree.
By locking out
I
a
only have
large
eyes for
portion of
my
the
own.
lower rolls, a normal exalted orb would be able to hit. The largest
Whatever
section
the good
of the
strat
Genesis
is, you
tree
can
is
rest
used to
assured I
grow
will not be
rare
doing it.
equipment items. For these, you have a lot of agency to influence the type and modifiers on your grown item. For example, you can specifically target boots with a dexterity requirement, with an increased chance for speed modifiers, and reduced chance for cold modifiers.
Interesting.
Or maybe you'd prefer to look for a two-handed axe with increased chance for physical modifiers.
I got you. I got you.
This section of the tree is for growing unique items. Similar to the equipment section, there are passives that let you target growing specific types of uniques or rarer uniques. The process of growth is not always a perfect one, however, and can result in some defects. This
Don't
passive
tell me
can
they give
result
us
in
a
birth uniques becoming foul-born,
defective mage
which
blood.
mutates one of the existing modifiers on the item into a new one, resulting in some interesting new ways to use that unique. For example, this foul-born
Oh.
quill rain no longer has increased projectile speed, but instead has increased area of effect. Another foul-born quill rain could replace the mana gained on hit with the much
Oh.
more powerful modifier where insufficient mana doesn't prevent your bow attacks.
Welcome
Here
back,
are some
Soul
other
Digger.
examples.
63% chaos res on fucking Goldrum.
This passive even gives
Triangle
a rare
uniques,
chance
yep.
for foul-born uniques to have multiple different modifiers mutated. I'm sure you'll come up with some extremely powerful uses for these. We'll leave it up to you to discover what this mysterious part of the Genesis tree can grow. So, ultimately, you'll be slaying masses of breach monsters, harvesting blood with the aid of your grafts, feeding that to the Genesis tree, growing some items and better grafts, and back again to the slaughter. As with all our challenge leagues, this league will come with a set of 40 challenges to pursue, and completing them will award you with the Keeper of the Flame armor set, allowing you to truly embrace becoming a monk and worshipping the Dreamer.
Now where's
Now,
my
Graft skills won't be the only new tools to
my
play with.
chalupa class?
In 327, we're also adding a collection of new skill and support gems. Let's go over them now. Kinetic Rain is a new wand attack which covers the ground in unstable
Not
kinetic
gonna lie,
energy.
it looks really cool.
These hazards collapse at the slightest touch, releasing their energies into any unfortunate soul who happens to be standing on them. With
Breach
enough
League, I
projectiles
sleep.
and area of
Shit,
effect,
more for me.
an enterprising exile could carpet the world in dangerous kinetic force. Wall of Force creates a barrier of kinetic power, causing allied projectiles to ricochet towards targets automatically. Drop one behind a boss and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one. Conflagration is a new bow attack which rains down fiery bolts from above that stick into the ground and pulse as you approach. Once you get close enough, these bolts detonate, causing ravaging ignites. These bolts chain react, allowing you to create fields of incendiary destruction. Thunderstorm is a bow attack, which creates a whirling storm of wind and lightning where it lands. While you're within the storm, it will rapidly grow, until it becomes
Not
violently
sure how I feel about
thunderous
all
with
this.
lightning
While you're
infused
doing this,
clouds.
this skill does this.
At this point, leaving the storm will cause it to detonate, dealing damage to everything within and releasing a flurry of tornadoes in all directions. Attacking with kinetic fusillade will create hovering orbs of energy. These linger for a few moments above you before zipping off to nearby targets, chaining between them, then detonating. Living Lightning support will bring to life living sparks of energy.
Right?
Elemental minions that zap through packs of enemies with speed and ease.
It's
Use these
okay, nobody
alongside
plays
your
melee
spellcasting
anyways.
to augment your pack clearing abilities, or find whatever means possible to cover the world in living sparks of ruin. Windburst support unleashes chaotic tornadoes as you attack, which ricochet around wildly and quickly. These deal moderate damage as they travel, but will explode into a highly damaging burst when they expire. So it's a choice between scaling their duration up to get better coverage, or down to access the burst more quickly. Kinetic Instability is a support gem to go along with the new wand attacks that causes enemies slain to leave behind those same orbs of shimmering energy that Kinetic Rain creates. One might ponder just how many orbs you can create if you were to use both. In 327, exiles will be able to absorb the power of some of the bosses they defeat.
Oh yeah,
These
I
take
forgot
the
to say
form
it
of
when I
new
saw it, but I
ascendancy
really
class
thought of
options
affliction classes.
called Bloodlines. Bloodline classes are a new means of character customization in the endgame. They are secondary ascendancy classes that are unlocked by defeating specific endgame bosses. They are allocated with your normal ascendancy points, and you'll have to choose how many of your points go into the original ascendancy and how many into your bloodline class. This
Okay.
means there is a nigh limitless ability to mix and match here, as you could choose to invest just a couple points into your bloodline, or max it out, and you could take any bloodline with any base ascendancy class that you see fit. To unlock your bloodline, hunt down the endgame boss whose power you desire, and defeat them, or have a friend help, and claim the power for your own. There are 10 bloodline classes to discover. Bosses who offer this power are typically associated with past leagues, giving additional reasons to engage.
Damn, I would
in
really
that
hate if I had to
content.
hunt down Tool for my fucking
Let's run
bloodline
over a
class.
few examples.
Not Tool,
The Chaos
all.
Bloodline will be offered to you by the Trial Master, if you manage to succeed his final challenge. With his blessing, you can greatly augment your Val skills in different ways. Priest of Yalmak lets you use Val skills much more often, while Priest of Kopek makes it harder to build up Val skills, but makes them far more powerful. Or take Corruption's Embrace, which grants more Val Keystone powers the more corrupted items you have equipped. The Ashabi bloodline can be gained by, you guessed it, defeating Ashabi. Her abilities
Alright.
are drawn from the 3 types of life force that manifest within as Marian spirits. The Wild Bear rewards
Sanctum
you with
boss real
Adrenaline
worse,
for
that's fair too.
generating rage. The Vivid Cat gives your elusive buffs a chance to refresh, as well as making you more stealthy while elusive.
Oh yeah, stealth, let's go.
The Primal Owl allows your unleashed spells to reoccur many additional times, and get stronger for each time they reoccur. The Nameless bloodline comes from the King in the Mists. Be forewarned, his menacing power comes at a great cost. With the Unseen Hand, you can equip a 3rd ring. but you'll have to decide if that comes at the expense of having no amulet, no bell,
Yikes.
or no flasks. Unlight Silhouette adds a hefty
all
life
hurts
cost
so
to
bad.
all your spells, but they deal additional chaos damage based on the amount of life spent. Of course, there is more to come. What powers might you glean from delving deep underneath Rayclass to fight all the Crystal King? What secrets can you learn from Lycia, Herald of the Scourge, waiting at the end of the Forbidden Sanctum? As you can imagine, there are countless possible combinations with the system. You could be a Slayer that embraces corruption and vile power, or perhaps you'll play an occultist that doubles down on their dark power by integrating the Nameless bloodline. We are excited to see what crazy and interesting builds players come up with.
We'll have the 5 life flasks with that.
In the most recent Path of Exile 2 expansion, the Third Edict, we introduced a much anticipated feature, fully asynchronous trade.
Let's go.
It was a fantastic success. So now,
To
we're
everybody's
excited to announce
shock.
that we'll also be adding this feature into Path of Exile 1.
When you reach Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus in Lion Eye's Watch. Previously, he just operated the currency exchange. Now, he will also act as a steward for your merchants tabs. These are where you can place items for sale, for direct and instant purchase by other players even when you're not online. To list an item,
What
simply
a time
place
to
it
be
in the
alive, dude.
tab and select a currency and an amount. Once listed, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it via the trade website or the new in-game market search. To purchase something for yourself, it's as easy as hitting this button, which will teleport you to the seller's hideout, where you can view their merchants tabs, buy the item, and also view the rest of their wares in case something else catches your eye.
Hell yeah.
Every purchase costs a small fee of gold, as Faustus takes his cut. To account for this further drain on gold, acquisition and cost balance elsewhere in the game has been adjusted. Anything you've managed to sell successfully will have your profits collected here, in a separate tab to claim at your leisure. To be clear, previous means of trading, such as via pre-existing premium stash tabs and the website, will still function just as before. Merchants tabs, and the asynchronous trading that comes with them, are an entirely additive feature on top of the already existing methods to trade. You might find yourself needing the trade system to buy some upgrades, because this update also introduces 3 new Uber Pinnacle boss fights. These encounters are manifested from the memories of Zana, and in her long torment, they have festered into something truly deadly.
I wonder if those will count for the kill Uber
These
bosses
fights
challenge.
offer an imposing challenge, alongside powerful rewards. In order to
Probably,
gain
right?
access, similar to existing Uber
Yeah, it's
Pinnacle
the same
fights, you'll need to discover fragments dropped by Tier 17 map bosses. Each attempt at the new Uber Pinnacle fights will require 5 of these. Let's dig into some of the challenges you'll need to face in these new Uber versions. In the original incarnation of Neglect fight, the statues can be used to block the laser beams to hide behind, giving you an opportunity to avoid being shocked, frozen, or killed. When you run near these statues, they activate and allow you to reposition them. While activated, they will not stop the lasers, meaning you want to position them well, then avoid them. However, in the Uber version of this fight, instead of being a safe haven, the statues will refract the laser beams, causing a
Yikes.
ruckus of energy to cover the arena.
A ruckus,
Activating them will prevent the refraction. So unlike the base fight, where you want to position them well and then avoid them, you'll be wanting
Not
to
gonna lie, I never
constantly
did
keep
that a
these
single
statues
time.
active. But then you have to deal with their assault
I just
of
kind of
attacks.
blinked over the shit.
While fighting the incarnation of fear, these fiery orbs will slowly clutter up the arena, locking off portions of it until you bait the boss into detonating them himself with his thrown spear. When Uberified, these orbs are attached by a flaming leash to the boss, rotating around him constantly. More and more will spawn as the fight goes on, making it even more imperative that you clean them up by cleverly using the boss's abilities against him.
Normally in the Incarnation of Dread fight, during the bullet hell phase, you have to acquire a red rose, run it to the boss, then collect a blue rose, doing the same, causing it to get heavy stunned and interrupting its mechanic.
Not gonna lie, I hate that so
in
much.
In the Uber version, you have to do the same, but in order to get the blue rose, you have to defeat the Incarnation of Neglect. And to get the red rose, you have to defeat the Incarnation of Fear. Good luck.
I do kind of like that idea,
of
but
these
the whole
bosses, their reward should be
collective
worth
shit
your while.
in general is
Let's take a
not
look
my
at
favorite.
some. From the Uber Incarnation of Neglect fight, we have Bitter Instinct, a spiky
Damage
shield
reflect,
that
let's
turns
go.
retaliatory strikes into preemptive ones, making it just a matter of time before the long arm of justice crushes your foes. Alternatively, you might find Festering Resentment, a poisoned blade with an unending supply of toxins built into the hilt. These toxins are put to good use, causing every spell you trigger to be capable of poisoning with all damage it deals, enabling a truly crazy trigger-centric poison ruckus. And from the Uber Incarnation of Dread, the Hallowed Monarch, a counterpart to the Dark Monarch, which focuses more heavily on investing into one or a few minions, rather than growing your hordes to massive proportions. Storm Rayclast, with your chosen few at your side, stealing power from your enemies as you go. We've got a number of quality of life changes to bring to 327 as well. Many of which you may have seen already in some of our pre-livestream teasers, but for those who haven't, Heist is a mechanic which has long frustrated some players who may otherwise have been interested in the rewards it has to offer, but have no desire to grind through the early progress of finding and running low-level contracts to get all of the rogues to their maximum level. Well, starting in 327, Heist rogues will automatically begin at maximum level, so you can start your dubious criminal career without all the busy work.
Now tell me you're getting rid of
Points
quests too.
invested into your Atlas passive tree will now be refundable with
Surely
gold.
that's what that means, right?
Just speak to Kerak to do so. For players who love jumping between strategies, there's also an option to instantly refund your entire tree, which of course can now also be done with your regular passive tree as well. Now you can make all your decisions with no regrets. Well, maybe some regrets. You no longer need to purchase bestiary orbs.
Oh, yeah, I
You
forgot
can
about
now
that one.
itemize beasts for free directly from your bestiary.
Now if you buy 20 of the
From
wrong
late Act 1, you can now mass
beasts,
identify your
like I
items
did
at an
last week, you can
NPC
just get
in
rid of
every
them.
town, and from Helena in your hideout. This does not require Scrolls of Wisdom at all. While using an Alteration Orb, you can now hold Alt to swap to using an Augmentation Orb, if one is available.
Huge, huge.
Opening a Blight Chest will now open all other Blight Chests near it. Rogue's disenchanting services can now be accessed from towns and hideouts. Kerak missions now have a handy icon to show at a glance what kind of mission they are. Holding down Control and right-clicking on stacked decks will now continuously open them to your inventory, notifying you in chat what the outcome is. If you still want to open them direct to the ground, to let your loot filter provide a dose of dopamine, you can still do that too by also holding Shift.
They really thought of everything with that one.
Orbs can be used on monsters encased in essences, to the same effect that Remnants of Corruption have. When multiple skill gems are ready to level at the same time, you'll
This
now
one's
be able
probably
to
one of
click
my
this
favorites.
button to level them all up at once.
What a time to be alive, dude.
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League
Whoa.
supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Champion of Theopolis and the Verdant Magus packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are
What a
purely
set.
cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Champion of Theopolis series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Manifest a Champion's Ferocity, as the Lion's
Controller auto
Might
level up
unique
for gems?
finisher effect rips
Yeah, I
your
don't know how
enemies to
that'll work.
shreds. Open the Champion of Theopolis portal to end your crusade through maps in the style expected of a true victor of the arena. Defeat your enemies like a true gladiator, wearing the Grand Champion of Theopolis armor set. The armor awarded only to the most elite warriors of the Grand Arena.
I'm a gladiator.
Take charge of the situation and storm into combat with the
It's a
Flaming
Quicksilver
Minotaur's
Flask.
Quicksilver Flask effect.
The champion's
I don't know, that
podium
feels
map
kinda pay to
device
win. It
rises
is
up
really
to
easy
honor
to
the
tell when
glory
that's
you've
done.
achieved as you activate it.
Ascend the stairs and stand atop the platform as you enter your maps. Each flame surrounding the platform represents a remaining use on your portal. The burden-back billy goat carries all the supplies necessary for a campsite as he travels behind you in battle. When placed in a hideout, instead of roaming around like your other pets, their supplies are deployed, creating a small camp where you can access your stash and providing a place to take a load off while you rest next to the campfire.
Wait, so you get 2 stashes?
The Verdant Magus series contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Having Faustus sell your items on your behalf is great and all, but sometimes you just want to feel a little bit more shady about your dealings. The Back Alley Trader hideout decoration is more secretive
That's
with your
pretty good.
trades, creating distance between you and your customers.
Note that until 327 is released, this back alley trader will only serve as your currency exchange. Once it's out, it will be updated to have the new managed shop option to also facilitate your trades.
The Verdant Wayfinder pet is a loyal companion to any Master Magus. As you approach waypoints, it envelops them with its vines, guiding you throughout Rayclast. Control Earth and nature itself, as the Great Verdant Magus armor set
Honestly, that's probably
envelops
one of
you
the
in
cooler armor
ancient
sets I've
power
seen in a
now
while.
lost to time. There's also a matching back attachment included. Remnants of the forest ripple out from within you with the Verdant Magus level up effect equipped, restoring life to the corrupted land. Call on an ancient golem to use their power to create a safe passage for you to retreat through with the Arcane Golem Portal. As a Supreme Verdant Magus, you can travel to your Arcane Isle hideout.
Close enough. Welcome back,
A
Ritual
cluster
Hideout.
of islands held together by ancient magic passed down between elite mages. Stand atop your tower and relish the great heights you've reached above those who have not harnessed the arcane. These packs are now available for purchase on
Right
both
now?
PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Meanwhile, the Crypt Keeper and Frisian Magistrate packs leave the store forever at the launch of the Keepers of the Flame League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about
Can't
to start
believe they added
Q&A
a
with
lot
Ziggy
of arena
D.
pet still.
Afterwards,
And the fucking
we'll
solo
post
leveling
the full
MTX.
patch notes for Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame, at 11 AM New Zealand time, 3 PM Pacific. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to holding off the Breachlord's conquest, crafting gruesome grafts, planning dozens of Bloodline-empowered builds, and filling out our trees tree. We hope you all join us.
Bro, this Q&A is going to be 2.5 hours long. Why did they have to make it so far away?
G'day Exiles and welcome to the post-reveal
Howdy.
discussion and Q&A with Jonathan and Mark, lead guys who make games, I believe was what we discussed as the
Official
titles.
yeah,
That's the
official title. Yeah.
Excellent. I like it, it's good. We're talking about how to inflate their titles in the lead up to this. 327 Keepers of the Flame, the reveal we just had there was, I think, quite a banger, but I've been even more impressed with what I've been playing here in the office with some of that, so we'll get into that in a moment. But I'm curious, this is kind of like a special kind of reveal day for PoE 1 fans, as I think it marks a return to schedule.
Oh, they changed the
for
lights
us.
to purple.
Announced this plan to do the 4-month cycle for the games, two twos, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard, I'll tell you that, right? Like, it can be pretty brutal on some of the stuff when it's like, every 2 months you got a deadline. But yeah, I mean, look, we have to do it, right? Like, I mean, that was always the intention, to get, the regular schedule. It's super important. So we have to make it happen. We have to make sure that is something that we can do going forward. But yeah, I would, like, I'm honestly, I'm so happy that we managed to, to get everything back. And I think it helps a lot.
I think, like, things feel a lot less, like, crazy here this visit for me, like, and things seem a bit more of a finished state as well from what I've been looking at. So
well, we're putting a lot more effort into sort of getting that production process down, making sure that everything's going well. Like, we're hiring producers at the moment, just by the way, in case anyone's out there just like looking for as a production job. It's something that we're really concentrating on, making sure that because when you've got a schedule like this, when it's this tight, you have to be really, really careful, because like, I would say one of the hardest things that we didn't expect, trying to make sure that we get the schedule this short, is you start to become really vulnerable to just like random things, like this person gets sick or like something like that, and that's like suddenly it's like a real challenge. So that's been real hard to adapt to. But yeah, I mean, honestly, we have to do it.
Because PoE 2's 030 kind of, we missed it by a week or two as well.
Yeah,
Like, normally that's okay.
Yeah.
You slip a week or two, but now all of a sudden, now you got a bit 2 week more overlap with 327. And it certainly has less room for error. But again, that's why more production staff should help, and we are just going to get better at it. But yes, we made it to 326 and now 327, mostly on schedule, give or take. One was, you could argue one's an anomaly, 2 is a pattern, so hopefully it should continue as normal. But yeah, we'll get better at 100%, so we'll work out the kinks. But it was always going to be some growing pains to going to 6 releases a year for across both Path of Exile. So.
Yeah, I remember thinking when you guys were doing 4 releases a year that was crazy. So 6 is pretty wild, but it seems to be happening. So fingers crossed it keeps happening. Is the contingency just that, like, occasionally you just might delay by a few weeks here?
I don't want to. I really want to be real strict about it. Like,
we said we'd stick to the time and adapt the content around the time. Like, consistency is key. So hopefully we can keep doing that. That's still our current philosophy and plan. So yeah.
I think you were telling me once before, Jonathan, that when you have that for a while, it kind of helps everyone get an idea of, like, scoping a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. Content, like. I mean, look, it helps with everything, right? It helps with the players just feeling the consistency. It helps with like developers. Like it's just overall like a way better state to be in.
So, Breach 2, aka Keepers of the Flame. It's the first real direct sequel league in PoE. Now, I know we're kind of sequeling with stuff in PoE 2. There's, like, definitely follow-ups there, but this is the actual first true sequel league, and it seems like people are pretty keen on the idea. I think the reception's been pretty good so far, first impressions. What are your guys' thoughts on doing a sequel? Were you, like, anti-sequel, pro-sequel? Because I know people kind of...
I would say personally that, like, so whenever you do a sequel, you're entering a dangerous territory, because people who didn't like the original could then now be like, oh, I'm disappointed because like, as soon as they hear that it's a sequel to something they didn't like, they're like, it's not happy. So you could just be ruling out a bunch of people in your audience right away. Now, Breaches, I would say, is a pretty popular one, so like there's less danger there.
That's right.
But effectively, in order to make a sequel to something, I think you really have
everybody
to
loves
be
Breach.
a real banger back when you did it, so that people actually are definitely on board from the beginning. In general, I'd say we'd prefer to do stuff that's like new, but I think this one was a good fit. It was a good example of something to do, and yeah, people are liking it. So
it's I mean, as Jonathan said, yes, like
I was really
some
just
leagues are
worried
more divisive than others. Some have
Right.
more kind of X factor out there gameplay. With the whole blight.
they would
tower
accidentally
defense
ruin
and
it.
Yeah.
Which
some
I was
of
a
them
little
more
worried when they
maps
showed the
and,
first
a bit more
bit
crazy. And
in
immediately
the mud
you do
flats,
turn
but
off
then when they said the
some people.
majority of it's
And we
just
know that
killing
going
monsters
in.
in
When
circles,
we
I
make
feel
this,
a
we
little
try
better.
and make it, something good for everyone. But Breach had that, just like you're just slaying hordes of monsters. You're just killing. It's the classic. We talk about reinventing the wheel. Here we talk about not reinventing the killing monsters in circles. And it has that. And by the way, that is a massive thing when doing the sequel, is we're like, we must keep the killing monsters in circle. Because the last thing I want to do is, and this is another risk of a sequel, is take something that people love and then just ruin it.
Right.
We really focused on the weaknesses of what Breach had, because it was nine years ago, almost to date, I think it was.
Don't
I
say
think it was
that.
December 9 years ago, so we're almost there. Yeah, just if you want to feel a bit old for a moment there.
My back, ow.
you know, and I actually still remember working on it. It does not feel like it was that long ago. I made those 5, you know, the 5 Breach Lords back when, and you know, put together all the monsters and all that interesting stuff back then. And I was like, what was I doing? Like we took the player characters, put some micros on them, and dunked them in red paint.
That was the style at the time.
You know, it was like, so it's not only been fun to come back and do a sequel, which, by the way, we've codenamed Breakwool, which is obviously a given. But
important.
we've coming with like 9 years of lessons learned, including you know, with all the lessons learned from PoE 2 as well, and then coming back and being like, what do we know now that we didn't know back then? And it's like, okay, let's not sabotage the gameplay, the killing of monsters, the killing monsters in a circle, and let's focus on the weaknesses. And so then we looked at, okay, well, nowadays if we were to do a league, it generally comes with, you know, some character power arc. You've got some crafting system. You know, there's generally a meta system, and then that's where you get like the grafts, the Genesis tree, and all that stuff come in. And again, focusing on that, less of like, you know, focusing on the combat mechanic this time around, because we kind of knew that was a success. You'll find that, you know, it might be less trivial with some of the other contents that's a little bit more like crazy with respect to combat. But
Yeah, honestly, I didn't see them say anything about
dive
Breachstones.
into like basically all of the things you mentioned there.
I'm kind of not too heartbroken
Out
about
of
that.
interest, what's like a
Those were not the most exciting things ever.
Expansion that you either would or wouldn't want to sequel at some point. Like, what would be a bad example? Is maybe interesting.
Well, I think the one that you said there with the tower defense stuff, it's just like, that would be very divisive, right? Immediately, if we said doing a sequel and PoE wants that, there'd be immediately a bunch of people would be like, yeah,
I like Black.
I know, but a lot of people don't, right?
Both ends of this. I think you'll get the most passionate people wanting it, and then you'll get the most people that hate it on the other side.
Right.
What about synthesis?
That being said, like, it isn't like, oh no, that means Blight's never getting improved.
Right.
There's differences between overhauling and improving a league.
Yeah.
And there's and obviously doing a narrative sequel where you kind of step away from some of it, and you know, so really here it's like, yes, Blight, there's so many leagues, right? Insert all of them will get attention. Sometimes they'll just be quality of life, similar to what we've done with Heist this time round. Because honestly, that might probably
Heist
more.
might actually be runnable
and then
now.
other times it'll just be an upgrade.
I certainly wouldn't want people to say, oh yeah, we're just going to do sequels from now on. Though we definitely not. Like, I don't think it's going to be the most common thing. I think it's just a thing we decided to do here, and you know, maybe we'll do it again sometime. But most of the time, I think people want new stuff and, you know, different new things.
I like the revisits. I wonder. There's definitely some lore and stuff I'd like to see expanded. Like, I feel like Harbinger, for example, touched on some stuff that was maybe only scratching the surface.
Part of what allows us to do the sequel here, by the way, and from a more production point of view, is that because we did the Twisted Domain and the new Breach monsters in PoE 2. We got to utilize the monsters. So we didn't take the bosses from PoE 2. We made full from scratch boss fights for this version, for Keepers of the Flame. Cool. But for the monsters, a lot of it's reusing the models, the animations, the rigging, you know, a lot of the art side of it. And because we get to do that, we get to then focus our attention on all those other things that we would otherwise have to have a bunch of resources dedicated to. So like, there's a kind of like two birds, one stone going on there, where we not only got to do it, we got to do it in a more cost-effective way that allowed us to focus on other features that are going in the expansion. So, you know, win-win for players and for us in that regard. But you know, it would be less trivial with other sequels or to other leagues where we don't necessarily have all the monsters and everything made like that. So, not to say it's impossible, but it's just an interesting factor that came up that allowed us to do more here than we might, you know, if we don't forward think enough or forward plan enough, and I mean quite far in advance, because like making these full monsters from scratch is not a short-term process. You know, we might not be able to do for some other leagues. So, you know, just a kind of fun internal kind of consideration that we made.
Well, like an interesting thing here as well with the fact that Breach is in PoE 2, and I don't normally get into lore, so lore warning, but I'll try and keep it as oversimplified as possible because I definitely have delved into the deep end of the lore of this stuff. But so to simplify it, PoE 1, Chayula, baddie, we fight them. They're like the pinnacle boss from the first game, and yet in PoE 2 they're like explicitly not there as part of the boss of that, and also there's this lore kind of exploring the idea that they helped humanity at some point. So I'm curious if this expansion is kind of filling out the story in the in-between here, maybe explaining some of the stuff.
It 100% is. That was a huge other win we got to do here, because really there was like, okay, there's the breaches in PoE 1, you know, previous to Keepers of the Flame, and then there's kind of breaches in PoE 2 with the Twisted Domain, and it's like, wait, how did we get here? What happened? Okay, so there's 25 years. It's what's going on here? So we wanted to, given again, because 9 years ago we weren't really putting that much into the narrative of leagues and into, you know, you'd find back then, I mean, you know, we're not far from Onslaught League back then, right? It was just 20% of some stats. So, and even when we had Anarchy, there was Exiles, but like there's, you know, there's named characters, but we didn't really have voice acting for anything, you know, like we've kind of stepped up our game in a lot of delivery of that. So now we get to, you know, come back and go, let's establish a bit more about Breach. Obviously there's uniques and flavor texts historically, but yeah, we got to establish a little bit more, add some interesting stuff to it. Meanwhile, also, yeah, progressing the narrative towards what if people are playing PoE 2 see. Now, that being said, if you just play PoE 2, you don't need to know all of this. If you just play PoE 1, good on you. You now know it all. You know, it's all entirely optional information to know, but yeah, you kind of have this.
I can promise I won't be reading any of that.
You know, on the kind of Chiola arc, you know, yeah, there's a bit of like, is he good, is he bad kind of thing going on. Still to be determined, at least for the players.
I've got a cult following, but that doesn't necessarily mean one way or the other, does it?
You know, like he was a baddie here. You're an acolyte of Chiola over there.
Yeah.
What goes on in between? But
I was reading the flavor text of the acolyte of Chiola this morning. And I'm like, even that doesn't really like kind of suggests that maybe it's not a good idea to be following them. But but there's power.
But like the monastery of the Keepers of the Flame is actually where the monk trained and from PoE 2 grew up and all of that stuff, so kind of little fun bits there. People playing both games will appreciate it. It's still great. It's going to be great in either game, and it allows us to develop. So because look, they're both set in Rayclast, it's still a shared narrative, and it's nice to be able to like evolve all of that. And it's, you know, it's honestly been fun, really, honestly, doing all of that.
It's cool. It's cool to expand kind of like some of the story of the Ascendancies there as well. Like you're getting a bit more of a tie in there as well. But you said the monks trained there, though. I thought you were just telling me earlier that the monks trained here in the studio. What's
Yeah, so technically now, officially, the monk has been trained by one of our IT administrators here, since that was he was the person he's I'm not sure what the martial art is, but, you know, he's very well trained. I believe a black belt, and we used him for our mocap reference.
That's so cool.
Hopefully he doesn't mind me mentioning that, but, you know, it was
awesome.
It's quite fun. I think our animators enjoyed that one a little bit as well. So
yeah, that's awesome. You guys hadn't really done too much of that in the past, or?
You mean mocap?
Yeah, like mocap
I mean, the
stuff?
animators always film visual references, so like, I mean, they've got a room basically where they go up and they're just, you know, like doing all the animation, acting out. They're often not actually mocapping technically with like, you know, all of the suit and everything, but they're often filming that and then doing animation to it.
I'd say one of the most useful pieces of technology that we've been able to benefit from is it's a literally single phone shot mocap, and very quick from recording to in-game animation. It works really well for animating, obviously, humans, but also for when it's involving just a single human. It's like ultra quick. Like if you have two and they have to interact and make contact, it's not very good at handling that, but it's been insanely fast. So you just get a single small tripod with a phone, and you can record a human and chuck it in game pretty rapidly. So that's been amazing, and honestly, almost all of the human animations you'll now see in game, where it's not someone punching or hitting another person. So like, it's not, you know,
looking at you, Viper,
combat and kind of scripted cinematic interactions between characters, but just those kind of freestanding town idols and all of that stuff. Yeah, you can do pretty rapidly now. It's been a pretty big improvement, I'd say, in a cool way. So
yeah, and I mean, you're getting like PoE 2 quality stuff in Path of Exile 1 as well. Like I've definitely seen things like that's a lot more going on there than there usually is in PoE 1. You know, you're just talking about the fact that the original bosses were just exiles with extra color filters on them, right?
I mean, everything new that goes into PoE 1 like has been a lot higher standard than some of the early stuff for a very long time, right? Because it's not like you have people being like, oh, you know what, I'm going to make this worse quality because it's going in PoE 1. Like obviously they're going to make something look as good as we can make it, right? So
Let's go. That's right,
exactly
Kev.
So
I mean,
the good
you
quality
go
art.
back.
you
Did you
could
see
probably
the,
phone it in a bit more, I reckon.
They
but
don't.
first bits
Narves
in the
doesn't
announcement?
want to do that, right? They want to make
How
stuff
you
that's,
feeling about
that's good. So
Who wants to do that?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
It's
appreciate
a
that
quick way to
mindset.
remove their job satisfaction.
Right.
Make bad stuff.
Yeah.
It's too good.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. So you mentioned the sanctity of the kill monster in circle. So on the mechanical front, I noticed that there's actually two.
Yeah, I can't get over how relieved I am. It's still
much
kill
close
monster
to
in
the
circle.
original one,
That's,
but then there's
that
this
was my
hard one.
biggest
What are the
worry.
differences between the two and how
So
they work?
we've got 4 encounters total. At the more common one is the kind of what we're saying is the hive. So the breach have come through those the hand portals. They've stabilized the breach and are now building their hives. And so you'll come across there's heaps of walls and constructs and some half organic, half inorganic. And you get the little spider things, which I think is the Twitch drop for the stream. You get those and
Casual
they're kind
plug.
of building and they're like putting together like molecule by molecule building these hives. And that's the one where you come in and you get given the power of the Keepers of the Flame, and that can just incinerate away all of the material, and you're kind of just like running around pretending to be a Righteous Fire build for a
I'll
moment.
just note as well, like you don't have to click any doors or like bump into any walls. They just evaporate before
You just run around. You run around
so
burning
good.
stuff. It's kind of satisfying. It's the ash going everywhere. There's a couple of things going on there. So generally when you get to the center, you summon an Aelith, you start the encounter. And effectively just kill a whole bunch of monsters. They're trying to get to her. They're trying to kill her. They're not super effective at it. We're not doing the whole like, they are persistently wanting to aggro on her. They're going to try and kill you. That's honestly more of an immersive flavor thing than it is like meant to be too interruptive of a mechanic or anything like that. Again, because I wanted to just keep killing monsters being the primary focus.
But there is a thing where the more walls you burn, the more stuff you get.
Amongst all the walls you can get these like spawners, these like hive portals, where the monsters can then come through. So if you want to activate more, to have more monsters, have more difficulty and get more reward, you want to burn as many of those hive spawners as possible, and then they will turn into portals once the fight begins. If you just want to run to the center, start the fight, do the fight and leave, go for it. The other thing here is, though, that, of course, obviously this can be a bit of a clear, speedy thing where it's like, So, during those encounters, using the power of the purple flame, these kind of purple flames scatter out, and each of them kind of has a skill attached, just like an oh shit button. And so, like, if you're getting overwhelmed, there's, like, different things you can just click if you wanted to, if you needed to. Most powerful characters, you'll be fine. Just as it kind of like will send out a giant nuke and clear stuff, or like create this like flame wall, and anything that runs into it will burn. And that's honestly more to help out players that are kind of struggling or on the weaker end and aren't like, able to kind of keep up with it. So it just normalizes the difference between bottom
Basically,
and top
if you
end of it.
use the oh shit button, you're shit.
Again, not meant to be intrusive, not meant to be like complicated. We kept it simple, and it's just like 99% of it.
I mean,
just
when you boil it down, it's basically just like a fast-paced wave defense. Like, just survive 6-8 waves of
Pretty
monsters
much,
that are rushing at you pretty fast, and but it doesn't have that same clear speed pressure that the like basic one has.
Yeah. So that's one encounter. Second encounter is like the traditional breach, the one that players have, historically been playing. You activate a thing, the breach expands out. So these are breaches that haven't been stabilized yet.
Yeah.
So they haven't come through to build their hive. So you activate it, it starts expanding, you kill all the monsters, it's revealing, and then once you've killed enough, and if you can kill enough, like it can be kind of hard early game, but like towards end game, that's your goal. You'll notice a progress bar filling up, and once the breach gets to the end, that means that it will become stable. And so what was going to happen is when it becomes stable, the breach are going to send through their like difficult monsters, their elites, their enforcers, their front line to come through and secure the area so they can send through their like little worker spiders to start building their hives. So this is like a yet to be a hive. And so you don't witness all of that. Generally what you do experience is you kill enough monsters, and then in the center the portal activates and a bunch of monsters and often a boss floods through. And so now you have to go back to the center and fight all that, kill everything, defeat the boss, get the loot, and then everything drops then and there once you successfully do that. If you can't do it, run away. That's up to you. You can still play it the old way if you want and like not get so much rewards, just kill as many as you want and move on. But generally speaking, you'll want to go back to the middle. You want to kill the either
waves of hordes of monsters coming through the portal or the boss that spawns.
That like locks open then once you reach that stabilization point.
Yeah,
So
it locks
you don't have
open
to
the time.
rush.
Yeah, so that's another good thing. Yeah, so the existing breach. I mean, obviously, it's pretty outdated and even imbalanced, and often people were killing the breach lords, the wild ones, in like a matter of seconds. But I wanted to make sure that boss fight didn't have a time condition. So yeah, once it stabilizes, that's it. You just once you kill them, it closes. You have infinite time to kill that boss and fight those monsters. You're not just like, oh my god, I got to do it. So like it is a more substantial, and generally because you've cleared everything in that circle now, it's like it almost like you created your own arena. You've got like a nice clear area where you can fight that boss and focus on killing that boss. Now he has minions in a regard, so obviously it's not just one-on-one, but that mechanic's like quite cool. So that's the like Varun, the Marshal of Zesht fight. He has some specific drops. You generally want to kill him. And then, so that's encounter number 2. And then, encounter number 3. I know who's going on a bit of a thing here, but these next two are...
Keep talking, Mark. We still got 2 hours.
Encounter number 3 is the kind of sky fortresses you saw. It's very similar to the first fight. It's kind of like, oh, we didn't stop this hive. Some of these hives have been getting built for weeks or whatever, and now they're like, full... giant mega structures. So you climb the beanstalk, as I called it, the breach beanstalk.
Nice.
You get up to the sky fortress, and honestly it's kind of just like a map of breach monsters.
There's no
You're
timer.
clearing through.
That's huge.
No timer at this point. You can just clear the area and leave, taking your rewards with you. But in the center is like the hive encounter, the very first one, like a wave-based encounter. It's just a lot more epic, and you have to the same exact thing, except Aelith's like, it's going to take a lot more explosive power to destroy the rest of this hive and seal this portal, so you might want to get out of here. So generally speaking, once you've killed all the waves, you then have to get out of the area before Aelith burns the entire thing to the ground.
Cool.
Normally you can survive that, not in this case. You might want to get out of there. Once you do, you get all the loot. Sweet. You're not going to get that encounter too frequently, but, it can be a little bit of fun, a little bit more action-packed when you're trying to escape. And then the fourth encounter is pretty similar to that, except it's just an area with your pinnacle boss, your in-game boss fight at the end of it.
And you basically didn't show those in the trailer, because I did know that people were like wondering why you showed kind of so much of the Uber bosses for the regular content, but you didn't really show any of these guys.
We generally avoid showing bosses for sure, especially new ones. You get a silhouette of it, a single emerge shot, and for sure, for the Ubers, we're like, well, they've got like 10. 15 skills each. Let's show one mechanic we've changed of each, Maybe not the best option. Like, I know people like their full mystery, so like maybe lesson learned in the future might just show nothing. But we only did show one of all of their skills that have changed, just so people get a general grasp of how they're changing.
Yeah.
But I probably, given the feedback, I'm probably just not going to show those again. So,
Fair enough.
We'll let it be a mystery. But yeah.
So this skill tree, you actually did it. You made a skill tree. Well done.
The tree.
But this tree is quite fascinating, because it's not just a meta progression system for the league or something. Like, there is that, it is progressing, but it is a crafting system. It's a tree that is a crafting system. And from messing around with that, it feels kind of brilliant. Like, this is a really good idea. How did that come about?
It was kind of a mixture from Chris Octavian and I can't remember who. Me and him and kind of Andrew, we all kind of we just came up with ideas. But I think the original tree that spawns items or grows items and then hatches items came from Octavian. And the grafts, mind you, as well. He's got a nice creative brain on that one.
That was a good hire on
cool
that
ideas. I like that kind of out there style of design, which is good. And so eventually we took that kind of idea. I was the one who brought Breach to the table and was like, we can unify these, and that came from a interesting thing where in the Twisted Domain in PoE 2, you get these you have these trees made of hands that the environment artists made. And I really love them, and I'm like, normally because you're on a timer in that area and you're going hard, you're fighting monsters, you don't really get to appreciate a lot of the art assets in there.
Zoom.
And I was like, wow, damn, I want to use those trees, but have them, because I think they're petrified in that version. So I was like, what does that look like when it's a bit more alive, a bit more organic, a bit more gross? We kind of came up with this tree, and tree that hatches items, and it has this fruit, and then We were like, nah, like I don't want just a tree that has fruit. It needs to be gross and dark and horror, you know? It's like, this is a gothic world. And so, yeah, we obviously went a little bit more crazy with the theming on it all. But I like it, right? It is dark. It's like a little, you've got this alien-esque demon species, right?
It's like squeezing the items out like with a bunch of plus.
Yeah, it kind of came like that, and then it's like, wow, needs a meta progression. The good thing about the tree having a passive tree is we get to reuse all the same code that our passive trees use, and then the other, because it's good because then you don't have to make a completely bespoke system. And again, it's picking your battles, being able to focus more on what the nodes do as opposed to the underlying system.
I think what's pretty interesting about it though is the way that like it actually for crafting is quite interesting how it sort of encapsulates the idea that you've got like various dependent choices. You don't normally think about crafting in that way, but that's really what crafting is. And so it kind of like means that it's actually a surprisingly natural interface for crafting. Like,
That's what was striking me about it.
It works really well. And so, yeah, that's kind of a pretty interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen it before, someone doing anything quite like that. So
yeah, like I've seen some crafting trees and stuff, but they're usually separate or there's like some little bit. But yes, like that's what I was thinking because I'm thinking a lot about like how do you communicate crafting because it's a pretty complicated thing generally, even in its simplest in Path of Exile. But this does seem to have like a very natural, more understandable way of communicating it because you're allocating the nodes for the craft. You get to see the structure of your craft in a visual manner, which I'm like,
it is cool.
So,
How did we go this? So we've got multiple character trees. We've got world area trees. Is this the first crafting tree?
Well, kind of. There was the one with the items. I don't even remember the name.
There was
of it
the
anymore.
there was
Crucible?
The Crucible one.
That was items having trees. That wasn't a tree to craft.
Yeah,
You could kind of argue Scourge is like the whole microwave mechanic, kind of. But it wasn't really a tree. It was like a grid. It was a bit different, you know. So I don't know. It might be our first true crafting tree.
It's like I just can't help but wonder. Like we'll see, I guess, after a league. But I just can't help but wonder if you like accidentally stumbled upon one of the potential solutions to like how do you communicate crafting to players because it's so hard to do. It's like I don't know. Maybe this has applications elsewhere.
We'll see how it goes. And
yes,
there's
just
a lot
make
to
an
expand
entire
on here,
like
of course.
character-wide
Like, these
crafting
kinds
tree.
of tree systems and. You know,
delete all the rest of the
like,
crafting.
keystones and where's my crafting tree notables and masteries and jewel slots.
My cluster jewels for my crafting tree.
Yeah, build your own crafting tree.
I would hate that so much.
We'll see where it goes, but obviously that depends. You know, we don't want to overcomplicate it off the bat. So you come in with something kind of simple, elegant. See how it works. See how people respond to it, and then. You know, if things go core, because we always like to decide based on how the players respond, we can evaluate how we want it to be, if we want to change it, if we want to leave it as is, if we want to, so we'll do all that. But yeah, it's cool. I like a lot of the ideas coming here with that, with that and the grafts and stuff like that. There's some pretty crazy cool things.
So talking about like the idea of preserving some of the stuff from the old Breach or what's not being kept. So you had the old Breach Lord domains. They're effectively being replaced or removed here?
So those are all... We've kept Breach 1, I don't know what you'd call it, fully intact on Standard. Really? Whereas on this league, it's the full Breakwall Keepers of the Flame mechanics. So full replacement. None of that is there in the current... while playing in Keepers of the Flame. Like, all of the Breach nodes on the Atlas tree are gone, and all that. So you've got the current league. Obviously, our intention is that it goes core, but we'll take the better elements of it. One interesting thing here is obviously we still have all the old stuff. So if we miss the mark on some things...
What, you mean they didn't delete it during development?
We can bring it back, we can integrate it, we can, obviously, it would suck, to have to accept that we have to keep using all the old art and old mechanics and old fight to some degree. But like, if they're more fun, they're more fun. We're not necessarily here in the business of taking away things that people loved. So obviously, I'm pretty confident in what we've got is going to be amazing. And as you said, first impressions pretty positive. So, but worst comes to worst, if we have to take the best of both worlds and merge them, then that's still what we're going to do. Now that being said, so yes, you don't have breach domains in Keepers of the Flame. You got all those new mechanics I described earlier. But that isn't to say there isn't a future where we have a prequel to the prequel, and we have or an update. Not necessarily another sequel, but you bring back some of those things that were good about it. So immediately I can see people coming to mind, oh, but what about the uniques or the rewards?
Yes,
we have
Severed
kept
and
all
Sleep,
of that.
what about
all of
it?
that can be spawned
gonna
from the
miss it.
tree. You know, you can grow pretty much all of it. You can find, I won't reveal exactly how to do that. You can figure that out.
Yeah, nice.
But yeah, you can generally get all of the historic rewards from Breach from the new mechanic as well. We've tried to keep all of that.
Does this mean Breach rings finally get a revamp after sitting there with their silly thing? That
Yeah, well,
no one uses?
they got their improvement in PoE too, so we had already accepted that having a double effect while in Breach, especially given, you know, that's only useful some small percentage of the time generally, not good enough. So yes, the Breach rings have been reworked. I believe the implicits are all max res of the corresponding element types. I can't remember what this one is. Whatever, we'll deal with that. But I believe it also restricts or constrains the mods you can roll in it. So it's like Zoff rings, fire mods, etc., etc.
Cool.
Kind of surprised they didn't just do the
Interesting.
same thing as PoE 2. The
unique
extra
crafting
quality.
as well looked pretty wild. Like, I was pretty excited to see that. I expected it to be like it would remove a modifier and then just replace it with like a random rare modifier or something. But it seems like they're actually handmade modifiers, like there's bespoke modifiers, and even multiple. Like there was 2 Quill Rain ones. Is this just like a long list of them? And surely you can't do 1,000 uniques worth of those. Like,
I actually don't know what number they got to, but effectively it was just like, we'll just go until we run out of time. But yeah, like there's a whole bunch of uniques. It is here's the list of mods that it can lose. Here's the list of mods it can be replaced with on a per unique basis. Yes. Again, not all the uniques. I almost assure you it won't be the majority. And obviously you're not going to be getting pinnacle boss uniques from here and stuff like that. Those are restricted to things that have specific drop locations But yeah, that being said, it is a list. It would suck to, you know, lose the key mod on an item. So generally speaking, we don't allow like what gives that unique full identity.
So you can't lose
removed.
the passive
A lot of it can be either the fluff
utility
stats,
flasks.
sometimes
from
the
Mage Mode.
downsides.
Damn,
Some
that would
stuff
have been
like
hilarious.
that. So yeah, we'll just kind of see what happens there. If people love that, it would be the thing where we can add more and more and more and more, and then eventually we will have the entire unique pool covered. So we'll just see how that goes, but
wild.
it's kind of fun.
You love to see it. So the other thing was these creepy arms that you can grow on yourself. I love that. We just, here, have an arm. Sure. Just plug it into your back. Why not? I mean, we were shoving rusty bits of metal in ourselves and stuff before, so why not continue with that? But these are like, it was in the video, but I didn't really like kind of understand kind of how impactful they'd be until I was messing around with it, especially for leveling. But these are like pretty major skills and an extra layer, because especially so there's 16 of them, and you can have 2 of them, and they're like a mixture of auto casting skills, proc based things, so like on attack or something, and manually cast in some cases as well. Like I had a tornado that was like crazy. So these seem pretty significant. What's kind of like the plan for how impactful you want these to be, or like, especially at endgame, like they'll definitely like very impactful while leveling.
Obviously, there's always going to be a spectrum of usability, and generally speaking, yeah, they're going to be pretty powerful. But you know how strong characters can get; they can generally outclass everything. That being said, for a long way, they're going to be pretty damn useful. And even beyond then, there's generally can scale the difficulty of the game like hectically. You'll notice like something I think you observed as well. The numbers on the skills are like out of control.
Yes.
That is because they don't scale with your stats.
Yeah.
Obviously, debuffs on the enemy, anything you debuff on them does. But yeah, they don't scale with your increases. The reason for that is that I wouldn't want it to be that if you're a spellcaster, you have to use one that's doing a spell, you know, because you generally focus on increases. And I didn't want it to be that, now in order to benefit from grafts, you have to really only invest in global damage increases and stuff like that. It would restrict the character builds too much. So we made them not scale with like your character stats. Obviously, again, as said, if you reduce the resistances of the enemy, then the enemy takes more damage, that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's a kind of a lot of them that vary from utility through to just like pure offensive power. They all also just come with stats. So, and yeah, as you said, if you didn't want to, like, there's ones where you use skills and you can use that tactically. You can merge that with some of your abilities, or if you just want to, you know, effectively let it autocast. There are versions for that as well. If you just can't be bothered, that's also fine. And honestly, the worst comes to worst, at the end of the day, they still kind of just give some mods, and that's fine. And they are obviously used to, if you want to get one that just like specializes in harvesting more graft blood, that's also a thing you can do, because those systems are linked. Like the grafts do gain the graft blood, which is what you give to the Genesis tree to give the items. So there's kind of a nice interlink between.
I mean, they should really be replacing the power that you previously got from mercenaries, right? Like if the league needs to give you something that's going to fit in that power curve, so therefore you can look at it in a similar.
They are mercenaries on your back.
In a way you could say that.
That's where they went. They all got their arms chopped off, and we
so
just
two
stuck
of
them
these.
on our
It
back.
definitely feels like how I was looking at the mercenaries and picking mercenaries that had like two really good skills. It was kind of a similar idea. So the design of mercenaries has informed this somewhat, then it seems.
Sadly, you can't gear your arms.
No.
Can't put items
Can't put a
on
bunch of
them.
rings
You
on.
can do some gloves.
Tell your arm to hold a sword. You know, that would have been kind of fun though.
That would be pretty cool. The way Octavian explained the graphs to me was he said they're not you, and I'm like, somehow that's really creepy to hear. It's like they're attached to you, but they're not a part of you. That was explaining the scaling. Like that's why they don't scale with your stats, because they're not you.
They're independent life
I
forms.
mean, it makes sense.
Don't benefit from your passive tree.
We didn't do this, but we had a desire to do unique ones, which I thought was kind of going to be fun. We might do this later, like going core, we'll do it, but we're like, what if you, and
Bro,
I
imagine
think
if
it
we
was
just
Octavian's
have
like, what if you had a
permanent
leg
core
growing
hands?
out of your back? What does that mean? And I was like, what if you had like a good jacked quadrilla arm or something? Because I was like, you could just have unique ones where they have like just like deformations, and you can have like random, deformed crazy things going on, or like, I think I had a design, I was like, what if there was one that was like converted, you're like, I don't care about the league, it converts all graft blood to gold or something, and it's a kind of like cursed pirate treasure arm or something, and we'll see if that goes somewhere later, but I think that could be kind of fun to play around with. So
There's definitely some sort of like biomutant kind of combining of limbs and genetics and stuff.
Yeah, body
potential
horror
here,
and shit.
yeah, later mechanic, right? Like nice to have these things you can expand on. So
Yeah, so it looks like you can.
We'll see
you can
that in 9 more
synergize
years,
with
don't
them,
worry about
but you don't necessarily scale them directly, like you're saying. You can debuff enemies and things like that. While we pan down to some of our additional questions, I've been noticing some that get mentioned a lot in chat that we'll kind of transition over to briefly. So WASD gets mentioned a lot, like if that's something that's planned for Path of Exile 1, if it's feasible, what goes into
So
that?
in order,
It's a pretty big deal.
In order for WSD to happen in PoE 1, we need to get the rigs from PoE 2. In order for that to happen, we need to finish moving all the microtransactions over, which has definitely been a bit of a slow task that we kind of need to get through.
Yeah.
And so effectively, it would be like we do want to do that at some point, and then after that point, we can make WSD for PoE 1. But yeah, it's just a question of getting through all that work, and then we can do it. Like, I'm not against it by any means. It's just it's just, I mean, I want it to happen. It's just getting all those things moved over to the new rigs is the limiting factor.
Yeah, and you want it to be kind of reaching a certain threshold, it seems like, of quality.
Well, I mean, so yes, you
'Cause you
can
do it.
You can do it by
Like a
just like
controller.
where the character just rotates.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say that gets like that. The quality of that is really not great. Like, I don't think it feels good. So I kind of want to make do it with the proper rigs that we get. And look, that would be so beneficial to everything anyway. Like, we're highly motivated to do that because it means that we don't have to rig a bunch of stuff for the old rigs anymore, which a bunch of artists would definitely appreciate. So yeah, like we will get that done, and then but yeah, it's going to take a while. Like, it could be quite a while.
The biggest benefit from the rigs is just that we're going to then be able to actually do a lot more new skills.
Animation
in PoE 1 as
Yeah,
well that actually use new animations, and it's not going to be an absolute nightmare to try and make. So that's going to be epic when we actually get to that point and can just be like, okay, floodgates open, let's go and make a whole bunch of new skills that are using new animations. Because you'll notice, even though we have a bunch of new skills in this patch, it's all using the existing animations and different means of delivering it. So generally speaking, we have kind of your spell projectile, spell AoE, spell buff. They're kind of separated into all these categories.
Yep.
And so when you generally do a buff, you just use the buff one, and AoE use AoE one. But as a result, we don't have just like cool bespoke things where you know, I don't know, do a flip.
Bespoke's the
while doing
word of the
you
day,
know,
dude.
doing crazy stuff like that. We're not going to be able to really get that in PoE 1 just because the cost is insane to animating that. You got to do that on 7 different characters, 7 different rigs
with all the different weapon sets.
Yeah, with every single weapon set. And because generally PoE 1 doesn't have like as much restrictions on the weapons to skill association, it would you'd be like, oh, it's it's not great. It's really not great, and it would be like the cost of doing that would mean we'd have to do so much less other stuff. So yeah, I mean, just a random tangent on why the rigs would be beneficial as well. Like immediately, I'm just like, oh my god, please, I want to do new skills that are like.
But we will do it. We will do it eventually. It's just porting all those stuff.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting insight that you even plan to kind of bring this like PoE 2 rigging system over to PoE 1 for animations and things like that, because that indicates that the future of Path of Exile 1 is not like very static visually. Like obviously we're seeing new stuff getting ported back, but potentially a lot of stuff getting remade and updated, and like PoE 1 is anticipated to change a lot in that regard over time.
Well, I mean, yeah, it just like for no other reason that it makes our lives easier, we need to do it. But yes, it will have the side effect of making the game look better too, which I guess is good.
I mean, yeah.
So another thing I saw
That's
mentioned
all right,
in
I
chat
guess.
quite often was like asking for Trial of the Ancestors and what's the plans or status of that.
I mean, we want to do it. That ultimately is just a resource thing again. It's like it's one of those ones that it can't be 1-to-1. It was too gameable, too solvable. Like got to a point where it was like, this is the strat you do. We need to like fix a bunch of stuff with it. It's not out of the question. It's honestly just a like whenever we assess the scope, it comes up all the time. And it's like, oh, we could do this.
Hello?
Or this.
What do we?
And it's always going to come at a cost to something, and it just has been so far.
I was hoping the Q&A would
that we've wanted
get
to
cut
make
off
sure
early and we
that
could just
we
repatch
had
it.
other priorities, I guess it's safe to say. So TBD, who knows? Every single time we don't like plan too far in advance with the stuff. So generally when we are at the next league or the next 2 leagues worth of discussions, it's like we have a list of things that we could do. It's in that list. I'm sure it'll come up at some point. So we'll see.
Feel free to be coy about this, but it seems like since something similar is occurring in Path of Exile 2, that might help you kind of like solve some of these questions for PoE 1. Maybe that gives people
that would be something.
Well, as I said once, if obviously there's a could do with respect to PoE 2, but if we manage to go down that route, we get to do the exact same thing we did with Breach here, which is that if we have all the monsters made, and a lot of art made, and a lot of encounters, so even if it doesn't appear the exact same way, it'll allow us to do a massive shortcut, which would mean that all of a sudden it is way more possible to add as a feature without having to compromise too much else. So
nice.
Yeah,
I can see that. All right, let's talk endgame, and I'm sure you're anticipating a discussion on Tier 17 modifiers, modifier design, their addition to memory strand maps, risk scarabs, and map modifier effect. So I list all these things out because they all come together to form a bit of a tangled mess of late endgame. And I'm just curious, like, before we even get into like what people are asking or what people are saying about it, I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on this topic, I guess, of Tier 17 modifiers and their impact on late endgame.
I mean, the main thing I'd say there, like just as an overall view on it, is that like T17s, there's this tension between, like, it is not a good place to be when there's a tension between what players are enjoying and what the thing we want to try and do is. Like, that's like a problem that needs to be resolved. So effectively, it's like, what T17s are supposed to do in theory is something that we want, which is to say, like, that like you get something that you don't necessarily like want to have to play against, and like like you have to actually, and you have to deal with it or come up with a way to get around that. But in practice, players don't want to do that, so there's something clearly wrong here. So something does need to change, but it's a little bit tricky to come up with something that we want to, like, that both sort of satisfies our desires for like like interesting challenges that are different each time that you play them, that could, like, all that, there's like, new and interesting things you encounter, but yet also something that players actually like. So there's a problem for sure.
So what is your desires for Tier 17 maps? Like, what do you want?
Well, as I said, I don't think it's necessarily the desire for T17s as such. It's more the desire that you have, like, like interesting combinations of mods happen, and they're like, oh, this is a new challenge I have to rise to, and like how am I going to deal with this and that kind of stuff, and like that's something that like in practice players aren't like really liking. So as I said, there's a problem here for sure. It's just a question of how we kind of satisfy that.
100%, they're not in the right spot.
Yeah,
I am of the
Glad to hear them
we
say
need to
that,
go back
actually.
to the drawing board a little bit here, because like we, and to be fair, we are like trying to band-aid it, but we can only do that for so long. We kind of just need to reinvent something here a little bit. Like they were intended to be the penultimate bosses that allow you to do the Ubers.
Right.
Yeah.
But they're also now, also this non-sustainable map, and where you have to, obviously a lot of people feel like they have to trade for it, and then in the other cases you've got a bunch of modifiers people hate. You've got this
Problem
like
is, half
thing
of them are
where
just,
because of the mods you end up devolving down to the in-game strat
Destroy
becomes, as you
this
said,
one
stacking map mod effect
specific
and
type
modifiers
of
via
build,
risk.
and if
And
you're
it's
not that
like,
build, it's fine.
yeah, it's not fun. It's not ideal. We tried to narrow the gap with T16.5s. That kind of worked, and then you get some other weird problems where like, because those can be APROP corrupted and tier 17s can't. There's some weird issues there as well. And honestly, it's like, it is a kind of mess. And we intend to keep band-aiding it until we can drawing board, but I would expect you'd probably see a pretty...
I think it needs a full redesign.
Yes.
It needs a full redesign to
Let's
try and
go.
see if we can come up with a way to both achieve what we're hoping to achieve, but also make the players not dislike it, right?
So is this maybe like separating out what you're trying to do with the tier 17 modifiers and what you're trying to do with this penultimate like boss thing that is like the lead up to the Ubers?
That is a split at the very least.
Okay.
I don't think that we've worked out exactly how
But-
this can work though. Like, it needs...
I don't think that like the best, most rewarding content in the game should also be the tickets to the Ubers. And in that well, that even that's like broad and sounds weird when you first say it, but
it's
like
so hard because
it's kind of, you know what I mean, where it's something's wrong.
There's
here.
a
Something's
fundamental
wrong here.
tension with you want the hardest content in the game to be the most rewarding.
yeah.
But like the moment you do that, there's all sorts of incentives that come into play that mean that people don't like it when like there's a map now that you can't run because because the mods are not good for you and that kind of stuff. And like, so then there's also there's, it's just it's a problem.
It's a little bit of a mess of
Yeah,
problems.
there's a lot of
Any individual part of this I look at,
Honestly,
I'm like, well,
the-
this is actually okay.
the
in
stuttering
some
is kind of
circumstances.
exactly
It's okay for there to be
problem.
some modifiers, maybe
Right.
like I'm sure I think you guys feel the same. Where it's like it's okay for there to be some modifiers that are like better for other builds.
But then
and
the
worse for
moment that
others.
it's like it
But there's
feels like a
point where it
huge
breaks.
economic penalty to that,
So the
you're
economy kind of
immediately
affects
like
that.
you're immediately kind of.
But you get the thing right now where you stack the risk scarabs, and then it's like, okay, only Trickster and Juggernaut can play it as a way of it's perceived, and it's again. We are changing a lot of these variables, by the way. We're not just leaving it for 327.
Right.
Like we are changing risk scarab. We are changing some stuff around map mod effect. We are changing.
Good, nice.
There are bits and pieces changing. I'm not going to stop band-aiding just because we have a grand plan for the future. Well, we have an absence of a grand plan, a desire to have a grand plan for the future. But we
Well,
will.
that's the first step,
I would
I
be
guess.
very surprised. I know I shouldn't be promising content in the follow expansions because variables always change. But I'll be very surprised if we don't do a more drastic shift in 328. To solve this problem, because it's now long enough that it's not worth it. So obviously, hopefully, the changes we are making improve things in a pretty meaningful way, is shake up the meta a little bit. But there's still going to be some woes, and but hopefully people can be excited for the thing to whatever the thing is to come. But it shouldn't be too hard for us to come up with something. Honestly, similar to how we did 031 for PoE 2. If we can come up with something that is just like a universal success and like is blatantly a win and isn't going to lower the value of people's economy mid-league and stuff like that, I wouldn't be against if we can come up with something, because we're obviously going to design it soon. If we can come up with something or a piece of that something to deploy to mid-league, mid-Keepers of the Flame, I will push for that. I will just have to see if that's something we can actually do, because often these things will mean like, oh, now all of X will become devalued, and I don't want to like ruin people's mid-league economy and wealth and just destroy it because we decided we want to make a change. And so there's considerations to make.
Yeah, from speaking to Octavian about the tier 17 modifiers as well, I can tell they're kind of weighing on him, like he really wants to do stuff with them.
I think we're all on the same page. I honestly don't even know if anyone really is disagreeing with, like maybe in little ways, but I think everyone's kind of...
Okay, I gotta ask, like, is there someone who loves the 3 seconds out of every 10 seconds you can't deal damage modifier? Like,
That's a good
it.
question.
Okay, tell me why.
But I play support characters. I don't deal damage.
Okay. All right, you're gonna jump on this grenade. So, how does that modifier come into being?
No, I mean, to be fair, I like things that are just a bit more. I'm a bit more masochistic in that regard.
That's
So,
what I was gonna say.
I'm not attempting to put my masochistic views on the player base. I understand that generally speaking, people aren't for that kind of thing. But you know, I also liked trying those things, seeing how it is, and you know, there are things where these can exist. Like if this was behind a couple more layers of some sort of more niche corruption mechanic where players, or you know, some crafting system over here where players can kind of choose to do it but don't feel forced to do it. You know, those things can exist, and I want to make sure we keep that kind of stuff. But in the broad mod pool, some of these mods are, they're not really working.
Yeah, it was
evidently
that one, and the like action speed reduction from using your skills, and I think there was the petrification statues that get mentioned a lot as well.
It's the drowning orbs plus that plus it's just like, okay, look, thanks for making me slow. I mean, the thing about slowness is you do feel it, hence why. Whereas like often you can just be like, I'm just gonna ignore that. That's a nothing mod.
Physically painful sometimes.
So you know, but it's a bit overboard right now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I see the problem here. Like I'm so torn on this because I want these sorts of. I get the idea of these modifiers being like things that you can feel like that they have a bit of an impact, and they're not just like.
Well, I don't want everything to just be another multiplier making the monster get closer to one-shotting you. You know what I mean?
Mechanics to happen.
Yeah, you want something, but there are some that are okay, and there are some that are not, and we just haven't found the perfect spot.
There's an analogy about this, which is like, you know, how do you feel about immunities in D2? It's another sort of similar situation, right? Where it's like it forces you to change something about what you're doing, and a lot of people just really hate that. Yeah, and it's kind of like a similar sort of situation, I think.
Yeah, I'm the same. Like I like the idea, but I don't like the execution of that at all. Yeah.
Right.
Or the
and I think we're actually sort of running into a similar situation with this.
This is it is kind of your. I mean, we've danced with this a few times in the past.
For sure.
We had some immunities on some pinnacle bosses and stuff like that. We talked about it in previous chats a long time ago. But so it sounds like some of those modifiers are changing then, if nothing else, maybe as the band-aids in the
sure. I mean, there's band-aids like that, but there is something like wrong here though to solve. That's all. I don't know if I can say more than that, really.
Yeah.
With the map mod effect and the Atlas tree in particular, I'd rather there was like 15 different ways to scale difficulty and reward, as opposed to just like, here's the stat I stack, and it's just like straight multiplicative.
Right.
I'm not a big fan of
because obviously a lot of the stuff on the tree is
honestly.
affecting the leagues and the content. I want more than just map mod effect to be the way that you can multiply. And so it's like, do I want to focus on this or do I want to focus on that? And there's like different builds within the like making things more harder and more rewarding. But yeah, right now it's just like, well, obviously I just stack all of that. Like quantifiably, it's obviously better, you know. And like there's I don't know, it's a little bit lame, honestly. It's kind of just a boring thing right now, and you know, I don't know. This again, drawing board. 100% back to it, revisit it. I'd be surprised if we're not doing something for 328 as much as I told myself I wasn't going to promise following expansion content, but you know.
There's some patch notes coming out later today. Is that, or is it later?
Yeah, I don't know what the time is, but you know, our 11 a.m. NZ or whatever it is kind of thing. Like
there'll probably be like a rollout over time as well, from what I'm hearing. Like
that's just generally the case because patch note writing is a surprisingly difficult task. It takes quite a while to get all that stuff.
I mean, you've got an extra.
Have they dropped the notes? No, they said at the start that it would be
some of this stuff maybe can be have a look
basically in another hour and a half.
It sounds like we're kind of on the same page with you guys, at least regarding a lot
I don't think you'll.
Did you miss anything? Kind of.
Obviously needs attention.
Breach is entirely reworked as expected, but they're still trying to keep the
though, in like a longer term
kill monsters in circles idea, which I'm a big fan of.
We have a pretty good.
They've been talking about reworking tier 17s
right
most recently on this
Q&A
Q&A,
issue that we just talked about,
which I'm a huge fan of. And also they got into
great. Like I can sing many praises about
map modifier effect, which is another thing I'm not a huge fan of.
So a lot of complete endgame overhauls.
Nothing like we're doing this right now to get rid of these problems,
like it seemed to be like the way that you guys would go about it. Like
more of a we're working on it.
Endgame overhaul. Is that still the case? Like, have you achieved something that you kind of want to keep and maybe change
I
instead.
don't think that we would want to not overhaul the endgame again. Like the reason that we
So far,
not
it looks like
we're
it should be a
we
pretty
don't-
interesting
this is-
league.
this is
If
what we're
nothing
set
else,
on,
we
we're
have
just gonna
asynchronous
speed through it.
trading.
Certainly not.
And
It's
we
more
have a
just it comes
rework,
down to like it is
mechanic.
hard to
Yeah,
come
there's
up
more,
with
but
the
it's
ability
it's hard to
do,
recap all at
a
once.
scope
Sorry.
for that, and it's been especially hard, since we've had like PoE 2 in in early access. So it's kind of like we just need to get back to a point again where like that level of scope can happen. And I don't think will be necessarily that far away from the point where that should be fine again. It's just that like, it really is just a question of like, can we get the ability and time to do it? Yeah, like I don't think, as I said, I don't think it will necessarily be that far away before we do something like that again. And like you do need to change the stuff every once in a while. Like it does become stagnant eventually.
Interesting.
So I think we should do another big overhaul. But obviously the term overhaul can mean a lot of different things, right?
We should be careful with overhaul.
Like it's not like it's going to change into like it'll still be fundamentally the PoE 1 Atlas and the. None of the overhauls we did changed it too fundamentally, I would say, in some respects. I mean, yeah, there's big changes, but
Yeah.
I guess it depends on how you look at it. But it's not like we're going to suddenly be like, oh yeah, we're changing it to be like a PoE 2 like system or something like that. Like
Suddenly we're walking around the
we do
the
need,
Atlas.
would need new pinnacles and new challenges there and that sort of stuff. Like that's something that we will have to do eventually. It's just getting the time.
That kind of stuff, like escalating the narrative and
That needs to happen.
cycling out
That needs to
bosses and
happen.
cycling out characters and changing all that stuff is like generally pretty harmless and generally cool. Like you're not really messing with the systems and the core of what people like and the cycle that people like. So like obviously that's always just a nice win when you get to be like, all right, what are the next set of what much like Breach has now evolved and gone forward in time, so will the end game story at some point. And
I mean, honestly, they just had a
we'll
league
do
like that this
for
previous
sure.
one. Secrets of
It's
the
just
Atlas,
like,
I
there's
thought,
always
was supposed to be
mechanics
the
that
next
come with it,
step of
and
the end
sometimes
game
if you
story.
add those mechanics, they can't coexist with some existing ones because it overcomplicates everything, becomes a mess.
They
I'd
just
hate
need to
to
get rid of
have,
the Eater of
I
Worlds.
don't want to add more
series,
systems,
so-
and now all of a sudden it's extra steps, even more over to have to do on your maps before you run them and that kind of stuff. So sometimes things need to be replaced, but like, we appreciate the fact that PoE 1's endgame is in a pretty overall. I mean, everything always has its problems. I'm not going to deny it. We just discussed them, as you said, but it's in a pretty damn good spot, and there's so much good about it, and I don't want to ruin that. So we'll be very careful with that stuff. But honestly, generally, we'd like what you might find is that we use this T17 thing as a motivation to go, what is the redesign? Okay, let's use that as the crux of what we design around and fix the problem both narratively and like game design wise by removing these problems from the game, creating something new in its stead. And yeah.
I think what I'm most curious about is like if let's say you went into a meeting today to try and come up with a new end game for PoE 1, like an overhaul for it, would it still have an Atlas passive tree like it has now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I already,
That's just
there's
a
no
big
way
win.
you'd get rid of that.
I already
it's
know.
too good, right?
I already know what it is, so I already have it in my mind.
Oh, okay. you were saying before last time that
It's deep in my mind.
you've
but
got
it's there.
you got a story arc planned.
Well,
out.
the
I'm so
Secrets of
glad
the
they were
Atlas was
so
intended to be part one of a
adamant, like both of them
multi-part, right?
instantly.
So I've got the other
Yes,
parts.
Atlas passive tree stays.
Or at least
Thank
most
God.
of it. And yes, the tree is still there. And honestly, I don't think anything is fundamentally in my plan in my head is changing enough to cause any concern. So, I mean,
all right, great,
it's all for the better. I'm pretty confident of that as well.
great.
And now everyone will have to just wait to see what those
Yes.
ideas are for an undetermined amount of time.
I assume we'll get a follow up to the story, maybe next expansion, perhaps, of following along what's happened. That was pretty interesting.
We'll
last
see,
one.
we'll see. Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about balance. There wasn't too much revealed about balance in the reveal trailer stuff itself, but I know it was mentioned that there would be a bit of balance stuff going on here, and I've had a chat to a few people and scoped out some things. Like, for example, there is the unplayed assassin that gets asked about a lot, and it seems like something's happening for assassin.
Yeah, that actually came kind of recently. We were just like, can we really? I think what I had said, and my intention was to do this for both games, is like we should at least look at, like at least with respect to ascendancies, look at the least played class, especially if it's been consistently least played.
Yeah.
and make sure that that's on the radar and getting some level of improvement. And even if it means we have a go at it, and if the scope's too high, we do it a bit later, and if the scope's within spec, we do it immediately. In this case, we looked at the Assassin. It was like 40% lower, at least on the primary leagues, it was like much lower usage than even the next class. And then, so it wasn't doing very well. And it's been the case for a little while. So we were like, look, let's just do something. Like, it's better than doing nothing. So obviously we just put together what we could over a couple days and kind of mix and match. We had like 3 or 4 different iterations, and it came up when we were looking at it, it was like the whole you have the interesting thing, you go and look, you look at the class, and it's like, why is the ruthless poison node better than the non-ruthless poison node? Weren't the classes on ruthless meant to be a bit weaker? And then it was kind of like, oh, okay, well, that's a thing we can maybe draw inspiration from. And we just did our whole like process for
Amazing.
that. But yeah, so we teased that last night, whatever the time zone is.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't
hopefully
even see that
people
one
enjoy
before
it and
this
play it.
started.
But yeah, I kind of want to get into the rhythm of every expansion. At least we look at, not necessarily change, because it depends on the scope a bit, but we at least give it a go of making sure we look at the worst class no matter what, even if ascendancy classes aren't part of our, like, the package of things that we're wanting to improve. Because sometimes we do a focus on the ascendancy classes, other times skills, other times this, other times that. And but I was like, okay, it's like, this is pretty bad. Let's do something about it this time and see if we can be consistent with that. No promises, but we'll try.
And there's a little bit of a wild card in the mix here with Bloodline Ascendancies. So just to clarify, these are Ascendancies on top of your original class that you can choose where to put your points.
Same point pool. And the reason a lot of people ask, or immediately are like, well, why don't you give separate points like Affliction? And the real reason is, combinations are great, but also I didn't want to have to water down the power of the points. That's too much power creep, like, to add to a character to be able to give trees at large. And so there was that interesting part of it. The other second part is that we wanted to make sure that there weren't enough points that you could put all 8, at least generally speaking. So you'll find most of the classes only have 1 to 3 notables, kind of up to 6 points worth that you can spend.
Yep.
And this is so always, no matter what ascendancy you are still matters. I didn't want to just make it that literally the entire game, no matter what base class you are, where you start on the tree, is the same if it happened to be that a certain bloodline was OP, it's, which I'm sure...
Yeah, that was another thing. It's like
and
if
all
you
of a
played
sudden
Affliction,
now every single person
we
is just
get
this
extra
one thing.
ascendancies
It wanted
on
to
top
be
of
like,
ascendancies now.
I think
There's like
we
10
wanna
different
do a
classes
feature
to
that
choose
adds as
from, and
much
they use your
in-game
default
build permutations
ascendancy
as
points.
possible.
Yeah.
Well, and also what's cooler than just being able to take the powers or learn the powers of your favorite boss for the purpose of a fantasy. Let's mix and match these things, and now you get this cool, like, okay, I'm a Templar, I'm all about, holy powers, but I'm also going to embrace my dark side over here, or maybe the ways of the Asmerian. You get like a Shabi Guardian thing or something. Oh, sorry, I've got support classes on my brain all the time. So, you have your Slayer something, So, the permutations honestly are endless. And obviously metas are found and builds are created and all of that. But what we obviously find is that, there's a few awesome perks here that I kind of like, is that we can add motivation to doing certain content that otherwise you wouldn't normally do. That's great. We can add this for future content very easily, right? There's probably other bosses that you're like, oh, we can do this and this and this. Like, it's very easy to expand this and take it away. And the reason we're able to do that is because it is an in-game feature. It's not like overcomplicating the campaign and that player's experience. Like, you wouldn't want a second class in the campaign. People were like, holy, I've already got a tree and I've got this tree.
You mean a third class?
A second, essentially. It's like, I've got too many classes. There's too much stuff going on. So being able to keep it in the end game is an in-game unlockable thing, where we can expand this feature over time. Now, all of that, of course, is under the assumption it succeeds. Again, we'll listen to the feedback, check what players think about it. But it's assuming it does well, again, pretty high confidence. Yeah, it will remain and we'll keep expanding, keep extrapolating, keep changing. And then it's yet another lever where we get to add so many different builds, because one bloodline being able to then be paired with all
Yeah,
you know, 19 ascendancy classes is just like, all right, we've got a lot of stuff going on here, a lot of different options, a lot of cool things you can do, and yeah, I mean, I am actually real excited to see what happens here. More than most things, I'm always like kind of excited to see what players do with things, but like here, I'm just like, I don't know. Well, let's see what happens. Like, it's gonna be real cool, and I suspect you'll get like for quite a while people narrowing down on exactly what the perfect combinations are for different things. And,
Well, it definitely seems like one of those things where you just design something cool and we'll see what players do with it, because there's too many permutations there, right? Like I don't even know what the math on that is, but it's pretty crazy the amount of like new nodes.
Number.
Yes, several
infinite. No, not obviously,
several dozen new nodes accessible to all of the existing ascendancies. That's a lot of numbers.
Yeah. I'm like thoroughly excited. I'm gonna just do the whole like, what boss do I feel like being this league? I'll just see if I can make that work, and then so I'm actually gonna go backwards. I'm gonna pick my bloodline based on what boss I want to kind of embrace the power of. Then I'll pick my ascendancy. Then I'll pick my I'll go from there. And then I'll pick my skill, and I'll end up a support character. I'm sure.
Flavor building on this.
Well, if there's no mercenaries, I need to be a good mercenary to my friends. That's my philosophy.
Back to being mercenary again, eh? So this isn't tied to Breach League, the Keepers of the Flame. It's a core game feature, Elblin standard as well, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
yep.
Cool. And saw someone asking about Forbidden Flesh and Flame. I assume that wouldn't work with this.
Not with these, but that isn't to say there won't be some future uniques that maybe do.
I mean,
we'll see what happens.
There's an option there, isn't there?
Okay. More Forbidden Flesh and Flame. I don't know what I want to call them. Yeah.
All right. Well, continuing on the balance topic from asking around the PoE community, some of the more common things that just kind of come up was, well, the most popular thing was just the general idea of buffing underprivileged skills, like giving them some love. So you mentioned this idea of like looking at the worst thing in terms of ascendancies. Is that something you want to do with skills as well?
We're always, there's a little bit of there's a few things to go into here. Like, for example, yes, there's obviously the core skills that are bad. Sometimes those are then enabled by something else going on, some other feature getting added, uniques, whatever. But most of the time, they're just, as you said, underprivileged. We've done a decent chunk of numerical changes here, mostly numerical. Some are, I don't want to say unsalvageable, but like,
Damn.
you know, they don't have the same level of different multiplicative scaling that other skills could get. There's not too many though. And they require more, what I'm getting at there is they require more of a rework in order to actually become, truly viable. That being said, yes, there are plenty that always need numerical improvements. I don't know, and then you got things like the Trathan gems, right? Cool concept. 90% of them weren't really seeing any use.
Yeah.
A few were, and now those are going core, I believe, into heist is what it is. But is meanwhile also full balance pass, so hopefully some more come to the foreground there, and so on. So like, but like honestly, this is like a kind of endless task. It's like almost like you could just never stop. So like we like to just do batches at a time and send it, and we try and do as many as we can. But like each require discussions. They can be quite time consuming. Some are more obvious, where it's like obvious increase, and others are like, do we want to do this, or do we want to rework it?
Like, can we buff the AoE of cleave, please? That's the real
time. And it's like, actually, look, for now, buff it. We'll come back to it later. But yeah, like we get through as many as we can. We've done a bunch. I could always say, ideally we'd do more, but like, I don't think, again, there's no real end point to that. So yes, sure. I wanted this patch to be very class centric in terms of balance, and like we did.
Yeah,
I would say we did a decent chunk, but it's, we didn't get to cover every base 100%. So obviously, like, you got the bloodline classes, you've got grafts, which are character centric, and then we got the whole set of new skills and support gems, and some changes around that. There are a bunch of other changes, but yeah, like, it's that thing where I don't know if I'm ever satisfied. I always just you want to do everything, you want to literally do it all, and you never can. So like, hopefully there's enough. Certainly should be enough to shake up the meta, should be enough to make everything feel fresh and some awesome cool new stuff, but like, don't be surprised if a particular person's favorite skill didn't happen to get touched. Like,
that's the interesting thing about the skill buffs idea, is that you manage to achieve these days very, like, there's lots of different builds, and they're changing a lot each League as well, by virtue of like the new stuff that you're adding, like ascendancy changes or new skills or whatever. All that stuff is creating lots of new builds all the time. But when it comes to the skill buffs, I think it's more just about, like you said, like someone has like a favorite skill that has been languishing. Some sweep lover is out there just crying still.
It sucks to miss something, like, because you see, what happens when you buff everything, then you get a lot of like, but what about this? And you're like, yeah, I know, I'm sorry. I really wanted to, and and then sometimes we still try and just squeeze it in before the patch, and we just try and get as many done as we can. But yeah, like again, it is ultimately a resource game, and we do as much as we can. We really do, combined with both new stuff to change everything up, bringing like excessive outliers down, and we do try and improve as much as we can. And this time we took it upon ourselves to add a bunch of new skills and supports, and so I don't know, there's heaps there, but it's that thing where a few people are going to have missed their thing, and there's a few, you want to do hand casting, you want to do that, you don't want it to just, I know that's come up, and I think even you mentioned earlier as well, it's just like, it devolves down to often, either Archmage or, Ephemeral Edge and like that kind of stuff being just like, well, obviously, right, quantifiably better. And so, just the ideal thing where, we'd make some changes to some of those, and ideally you'd bring up all of something else, but, sometimes you get some of it, not all of it and everything. But yeah, there's heaps here, just, you never quite catch everything, but there will be new metas, there will be new builds, and probably a lot of existing stuff will still be, pretty decent. But yeah, there's a bit of nerfs, bit of buffs, bit of, it's how it goes with all of this balanced stuff, really. It's a bit chaotic, but, there's something satisfying to it. But, as I said, you never really fully get everything, and thus you never fully feel satisfied.
You kind of answered my question a bit, because like one of the popular archetypes that's come up as being a bit problematic is hand casting, self-casting spells, and usually I think what gets brought up with that is like slow base cast speed, and that in turn making things like echo feel bad, and mana costs being
I don't
rough
think
as well.
we've done that enough justice, for sure.
Yeah.
But it's certainly on the hit list. Yeah. So we'll either we can get to do some stuff, in this coming week if it's simple, if we can think of it. It's not off the cards. That being said, there's always next expansion as well. But honestly, you never know, because often these external variables, like the new classes and stuff like that, can really change these things up, without you really predicting it as well. So, I can't speak to what we'll do in 3.28 with respect to all of this, because we have to observe what happens in this patch first, given how many variables we've added. And like we said, we've added a nearly infinite number of permutations of builds with the new bloodline classes and stuff like that. So, we'll see how all that goes. And then, but we'll just keep doing it. It never stops, never ends. It literally is an infinite task. You never run out of stuff to do here. So we'll just keep doing it every single patch as best as we can.
One that comes up a lot is the kind of dominance of ES stacking and kind of stacking builds in general, but ES probably has been getting mentioned a lot more. Forbidden Ride, Ephemeral Edge, things like that, but also just ES compared to Life as well.
Yeah, it does happen.
Classic.
There are Band-Aid fixes and stuff like that we always like to do, whether or not you can consider them Band-Aids or just like, you just change some numbers here and there. Sometimes in the case of like Ephemeral Edge, it can be a matter of like, yeah, that's an acceptable thing to do. It just shouldn't be so easy to do. So yeah, I wouldn't say there's no broad solution here, but yeah, I agree that it is a problem where it's like the more traditional just do a thing.
Honestly, I couldn't even tell
feels
you
like
what
it's
off
now
the top of my
wrong.
head
It
what
feels like you
Ephemeral
gotta
Edge
like
does.
pre-commit to being like, what is this singular thing I'm gonna stack and then pick the thing that scales off of that. So be it like attributes historically,
that
just
thing.
thinking current meta. It's always it's always like, you just like heavily stack this one thing, and here's a unique that scales off that thing, and it's like, well, that's on one part is interesting. It's like fun. That is the build.
I mean,
For those like me who don't know,
But then when every build is just like, okay, well, that's stacking
stacks with
this,
his weapon
that's
have
stacking
added
that,
maximum
that's
lightning
stacking, and you
damage
start
equal
going
to
through the
percentage
build,
of
and you're like,
maximum energy shield.
well,
we definitely
I recognized the art when I
slowly
saw
got
it.
here over time. I feel like in the stacking where it just became kind of like, just a little bit at a time. It became PoE1 became all about stacking
it
builds.
really primarily comes down to mostly to the unique items that got added, right?
Yeah, it's often
Generally, a
part of it,
unique
isn't it?
item's special thing is like, what am I going to scale off? Be it, off evasion, or off armor, or off energy shield, or off life, or off ES, or mana, and or off int, or off strength. It does end up in that, and then some unique gets added. Like maybe it's 1 per year, and it's like, oh, here's another 6% increased intelligence. There we go. That build's now just got a little bit more of an edge, and you do kind of just power creep into that point for sure. So
it's like I don't even know like how much of a problem it is, but it's like definitely identifiable that it's like a big aspect of the build meta for PoE1.
It is. I think it's
other things out maybe.
I think it's too dominant, but on the other hand,
it's fun though. Like, people
it's
like
fun. It's cool. It's interesting.
So you don't really want to.
You could argue it's what makes things kind of it's part of PoE to a degree.
Yeah, it's an actual action RPG.
Yeah, so you got to be careful with it. You don't just want to take away all the fun and just make everything flat and boring. On the other hand, but you also don't want it to feel like a player's made a mistake by playing a more traditional, build, and it often can feel that way. So there's a fine line here. Hard to be at that fine line, but yeah, some things are a bit too OTT at this point, and other things are too far on the bottom end. And the other problem is if they start buffing all the skills, well, a lot of those skills might see use, but they'll still see use in that stacking ecosystem. And then it's like, well, have you really made a new build at that point? Like,
I think that's sometimes the problem is like, my builds feel the same because ultimately like I'm using different skills, but they're all, I'm just stacking on all of them or something like that.
I don't have a here's the solution.
Yeah,
because it really isn't how it actually. It's not really how it plays.
Kind of gauging your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy discussing it. It's just a matter of it's honestly 500 different solutions, and we need to just chip away at them and mold it, and it will eventually shift into something else, and then that will be meta, and then that will be complained about probably after a while, and then something else will be, and it's the cycles. It is balance. It is as I said, it's an infinite amount of work, and we just need to keep doing it. Like, you don't give up on it because it can never be solved. You just keep going, and as long as people are having fun, and you don't compromise the philosophy of the game ultimately, then you're winning, right?
Balance is a journey. Yeah, it's not about the destination. It's about the journey.
It is. It actually is.
For real.
I mean, sure. It's just the stops along the way. Every expansion.
That's it. Yes.
Every reroll.
Well, a nice stop on this expansion I noticed is wands. So you did actually mention it last 326 Q&A. You said wands specifically. I went back and watched, and I was like, oh, interesting. I should ask about that. And then you showed off a bunch of wand skills, and it seems like there's some nice wand buffs going on in there to help wanders out.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple things. There's a bit of a hidden gem is that there's attack mod only wand based types in the series now. So they're literally, and they're kind of themed more around kinetic
wands.
Wands, and so because that's always been a bit of an annoyance. Like, there is a place for the hybrids, but that's been a bit of an annoyance. So now we get the pure attack ones to help it a bit easier to roll for those builds.
Not gonna lie, for a secondary
or
a
skill set to pick
third
from
build,
now.
I might do an attack wand.
And then
the new skills they added look pretty cool.
Generally speaking, the skills.
Or at least
they can be pretty hectic.
the first one.
Scale pretty well.
Kinetic random is very hectic.
But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a cool theme, just like that general kind of physical kinetic energy kind of thing going on. We had a little bit of it with kinetic bolt, kinetic blast. So we just extrapolated on that theme, and you got your wanders, and it's the thing. And then we also added a little bit of kind of wind magic, some tornado stuff.
It's like a force wall that you can.
Yeah, the kind of force wall. You've got a little bit of inspired by Huntress from PoE 2 a little bit with some of the, I walked upstairs the other day and saw some QA playing, and I'm like, oh, someone's embracing the tornadoes, and he's like, that's not even half the tornadoes you can make. And I was like, all right, sweet, all right. I was like, yeah, that's PoE 1, and I walked out of the room. I was like, all right.
I blasted I went through 4 yesterday on a wander, and I was just like, man, this is so good. I was having the time of my life. Oh my lord, the new skills and the wands. And it's it's not just the kinetic ones as well. It actually pairs pretty well with the other ones that have the flat added elemental damage. And it all kind of came together a bit. It's
it's cool.
I definitely in the past I just kind of wrote ones off. I was like, yeah, they're never gonna get to wands. It's forgotten about.
It's always been pretty kind of it's niche. It's actually an interesting thing. I mean, obviously it was designed before I started on PoE, and I always thought, I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool. That wands that aren't about just spellcasting. It's they're about doing attack damage. I thought it was interesting.
Pistolero style. That's what I like about it.
Wands. Yeah, this might be the largest update to wand attackers that we've ever had in now like 15 years or something. So
it's just finally, look, I know there's some people in the chat that have been a long time waiting for this one.
Yeah, you're right. It has been
your
forever.
moment has finally come. It's good
cool.
stuff.
Yeah, there's a few other little gems in there as well, like some fire archer kind of things, and there's some that we want to still extrapolate on, but like wands was the main focus.
Yeah, definitely a lot of love for wands, and pairing in nicely with the added skills from the hands on your back as well. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Lots of fun synergies there. So we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, but shifting gears a little bit, I'm curious about the long-term development of PoE 1. Like, how much is PoE Classic, PoE 1 kind of like sacrosanct to you? Like, how much do you like not want to change it? Or because you've been taking things from PoE 2 and feeding them back into PoE 1, and I'm curious, like, is there points you get to where you're like, well, actually, let's not push it too much closer to PoE 2 in that direction, but keep it its own thing, or maybe like actually let's kind of preserve it as it is to some extent.
I wouldn't want PoE 1 to ossify into something where we feel like we can't change stuff. Like that would be bad.
Cool.
That's an SAT word right there.
But it's kind of like okay, the stuff people that we'll probably take back from PoE 2 is more around the sort of QOL areas of stuff, right? So obviously, people would have been rioting if we hadn't brought async trade from PoE 2 into PoE 1. That's obviously something required. And so it's been sort of nice to get to do a little bit of like proving grounds in some cases in PoE 2 for some of those changes to see whether or not it'll be okay. The thing we wouldn't ever do to PoE 1 is make changes that would break what people like about it fundamentally. So there's things like the trickiest parts, things like the way that item drops are and stuff like that. Like I don't know that, like, even though there are things I don't like about that, I don't think we could necessarily change them either. In terms of so like there's stuff like that you just have to kind of like let it be, because they could easily break stuff that people really like.
It kind of raises the question, like, what is it about PoE 1 that is like that does need to be kept? That is kind of what makes it feel like itself, that people do love about it.
I think that it's hard to even define that, quite frankly, because like it's a mix of things. I mean, look, the thing that PoE 1, I guess, has become known for, as opposed to PoE 2, is just like the combat pace stuff, like where it's just like ultra fast in a lot of ways. But it's not like there was like a goal to make PoE 1 like that either. It just kind of is. And so you wouldn't like it's I wouldn't even want to nerf that about PoE 1, right? Like it just is how that is, right? So that's like really the fundamental difference. But the thing is, I think actually that the community sees more differences between the two games than what we do. Like from our perspective, like it's like there are I don't even know how to really get into this exactly, but it's like, we're just trying to make a good game. And it's not like we changed design philosophy or anything like this, right? Like it's the same design philosophy from the same designers. Like going on in both. It's more just a question of like PoE 1 got a bit out of control in certain few aspects, and that's kind of become part of its DNA, and so we can't really change that. And so so when it comes down to stuff like that we'd take from PoE 2 to PoE 1, well, it's just like all the things that PoE 1 players would like, and none of the things that PoE 1 players wouldn't really. I mean, look, that's ultimately we want to be doing. But yeah, I wouldn't want it to be. I wouldn't want to be in a situation, as I said before, where it's like, okay, we're like PoE 1 is in some kind of perfect state that needs to be preserved forever. Like I don't think it's like that. We do need to be able to make changes. So yeah, it's just a question of,
I think a pivot with PoE 2 out, and this isn't obviously black or white, but PoE 1 is, we always had this is still true, we still want to bring in new players. But I would say PoE 1 now, it's more important to us to keep the PoE 1 player base, the fans of the game, the long-term players, the people who love PoE 1 happy, as opposed to going, we need more new players, we bring people in. Whereas obviously PoE 2 is still now a growing game. There's a new audience available, that kind of thing. So obviously we still want people who love PoE 1 to love PoE 2. That's the ideal world. But that being said, when we're looking at PoE 1, we're not going to try and do anything that's going to compromise what the fans love about it in order to bring in a new set of players at this point. I would say that's going to be pretty rare. So it's about making sure that the people who do love the game continue to love the game. And that's why you're probably going to see less in the way of some grand structural change to all kinds of stuff. because, you know, if that change would bring in a bunch of new players. Like, I think making sure you have a good, popular game that people love will inherently bring people in, because people will see that positivity and be like, I'm going to give this game a try. Yeah, less focus on bringing in new, more focus on keeping the existing fan base happy. And whereas obviously with PoE 2, it's a bit of a different story where we really did think like, you know, there's a new room for a new audience here. There's room for a different audience. Like, we want to make sure we get as many of those players as possible. What would it take to do so? But ultimately, at the end of the day, what that then ended up boiling down to, aside from obviously modernizing graphics, changing the feel of combat, honestly, the biggest change is just balance.
I don't necessarily even think about it, I think, in the same ways. Like, I'm not thinking I'm making changes to bring in new players. I'm thinking, like, what are the things that I want to improve that I think that we can't change about PoE 1, because they are somewhat like you know, would be impossible to change just due to the game feel changing so much.
Yeah.
And so, like, you know, like really for me, it's like, you know, I'm on a 20-year quest to make the perfect ARPG, right? That's my sort of like design thing. And it's like nothing actually changed between PoE 1 and 2 philosophically.
I only got 5 more years to get there.
Learning about some things and deciding, you know, I want to improve things in certain ways.
I do think there is a little bit of an assumption that a lot of philosophical discussions occur with respect to, like, outside of talking about dexterity and stuff like that. Honestly,
Yes, that continues.
most of it is just like we just kind of get real passionate and just start coming up with real cool ideas of shit that sounds cool that we want to deliver. Like, we're not really having discussions about like, hey, okay, today, Jonathan, let's have a discussion about how many new players we can bring in. Like, we don't do that. So, about like, I'm trying to boil down what we are. You know, I'm trying to turn it into a philosophy, but the reality is the process is just like, how can we make cool shit? That's it. Cool shit that's fun, that doesn't like compromise things in too thing of a way. Things people will love, things people will enjoy. That is the ultimate goal at the end of the day. As I said, making whatever the visions are of this infinite quest of making the perfect ARPG. So, like, you know, it's always interesting trying to be like, how can what are the rules? What are we going to change? What at the end of the day, it's just like, well, I don't know. We'll just continue to make cool shit, and that's just generally what we're going to do. And so, I don't know. It's actually a little bit hard to try and decipher that down into like a set of rules or something. You know, it's like, I don't know. If it's cool, if it's fun, if people love it, then it's a win. And
it's good that both games have a bit of room to breathe on their own then, because you can preserve the things that do make PoE 1 its DNA, but are objectively like limits to what sort of improvements you can make to the game. But I do have an important question for you both. What bonus should dexterity give you?
Oh, jeez. You got a few hours?
See, I know this has been... Every time I come over here, I feel like this comes up. It's been going for a while, hasn't it?
Oh, for sure.
Dexterity. What do you get for dexterity? You still haven't solved that one, huh?
At this point, I just feel like nothing. Just nothing.
Nothing.
It's just
vibes.
You just get
call it
dexterity.
we rename it to green attribute. It just does nothing.
It's a little organic attribute. Like, very nice. All right, so still not solved there. So you did mention that asynchronous has come over to PoE 1. It's like, initially I was like, there's almost not a question about that because it went into PoE 2. It worked. Was there any problems in bringing it over to PoE 1?
Not really, to be honest. Like, I think it basically. I mean, the fact that PoE 1 got the gold already kind of meant that it can kind of work. But
the gold is a thing though. Like,
it is because of the fact that the gold is more scarce in PoE 1 and more valuable for other things.
Used.
More used for other things. Yes.
Yeah. So we had to do a little bit of balance around that.
That's
obviously, but also like we do have to go through and assign gold prices to everything in the game, and obviously because PoE 1 has a lot more different items and stuff going on, we did have to go through and do all of that. So yeah, it wasn't just like immediate. We had to consider, well, hold on, the gold balance already was kind of like, tight, like, so it's in that spot of like, some people are like, I want more, and you do want people wanting more, and so now all of a sudden there's this extra thing. That's a cost, so we have to obviously account for that. What else was there, though? I mean, ultimately, it's mostly just, I guess the console.
Yeah, so, there's like the thing. So console previously had a kind of like trade board thing, which is made pretty much entirely redundant by this. So that old trade board is getting ported over into this system now. So that's...
we're actually deploying that, just a fun fact. We're going to make a post about it, but we're deploying that a bit, the removal of that a bit early, because we need... there's like a thing where we have to get rid of it before the new system is put in place, due to just like database migration kind of territory things. So we're doing that like a couple days early to remove the console trade board, and then a couple of days later 327 releases. So there'll be a little bit. We'll do a whole post about that, just about what happens to those items. You don't lose your items; they all get put in remove only tabs and all of that stuff. But yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, for the PoE 1 only players who maybe haven't tried it in PoE 2 yet, it's been pretty phenomenal.
Right.
The Asynchronous Trade is definitely like a massive quality of life improvement and very, very pleasing to use. It's
Bro, it's the best feeling when I'm like in the middle of something in my maps and seeing a damn
it's got
sale
its,
pop
it's
up,
got its kinks, so like,
and I don't have
wouldn't
to
want
like
people to think
leave
just
what
'cause
I'm doing.
recording
It's
that we're
so
seeing
good.
is perfect. I know people have brought up having save searches.
Yep.
Being able to more rapidly, like, you could control right click your item to automatically search for that item. And
We're getting that feature, right? I think they even
That's incredible.
yeah, I'm
if
talking
you're
about
getting
things
that.
that are in progress.
Like, that's actually wild that you're like potentially getting that. That's
It's very. I know everyone wants.
Is that going to be in time for PoE 1's release?
I'm not sure. I actually haven't followed up on the exact specifics of that, where that's at, but if not, it'll just be mid-league or something. You know what I mean? Like we'll try as soon as it's done on both games, it'll get deployed.
Since you're on it, was there like a reason why you can't mouse over items in like your sold items log to see what they were? Like I like that information to be like, oh, what was that sold for 2D of?
Tried that, didn't we?
But it doesn't.
I
You can't
don't
see the item.
remember, but it might have been that it would require storing the item, which might have been
we discussed
I think it was something
originally
like that,
allowing
yeah.
that. I think. I remember discussing that before doing it, and we were like, that would be cool. That would be the thing we want to do.
Probably doesn't store it at the moment because it's like
there's a tech thing for that,
it's not like, I mean, we could probably do it, but
Okay.
yeah, it probably should.
Potentially on the cards then. Yeah. It certainly would be nice. Like I like that feedback as a seller,
Right.
but I certainly love logging in the morning to all the currency and seeing what's sold for what.
But effectively, I think that like trying to improve the kind of price check experience would be the thing that kind of like the next frontier of like in terms of the in-game UI trade search and
what
sort
would
of
be
stuff.
the next slippery slope to slide down to?
As long as we don't all of a sudden have like stock market-esque UIs.
No, I don't think we're not going to get that. Like, basically, we have to find a way to do that stuff that doesn't get overcomplicated.
Yeah.
So like but then that's the tricky part. Like trying to improve that.
Yeah, I know we've talked about that in the past, like how far you would potentially want to push that, and like I think there is like an interesting like opportunity you guys have to be able to help make that like much more sane for players compared to what it is now to price check an item, which is a very complex affair typically. So, but it's interesting that that's on the cards. That's something you're exploring, pushing further, not just kind of leaving.
But I don't think that's going to come all in one grand moment. Like I think it'll be, so this time it might be just being able to. I can't remember what the modifier keys you have to hold is, but there's some modifier keys you can do to like effectively search for the item that you've got under your cursor, and open up the board and see it.
Nice.
It's like, I got these decent pair of boots. I'll just search for that, and then you maybe lower the move speed by 5 or lower the life by 10, and
the thing that you want to get into is because there's all the questions around. Okay, but what if these mods are irrelevant and you don't want to search for them, and like being able to do that
that's
right
the skill.
Exactly. It's like all of those things that need that need a little bit of UX around them that we will.
Yeah, that's what I'm excited about, because with the right UX, you could really communicate that skill in a nice visual, physical way to players, which is kind of exciting. Anyway, slightly getting off topic there, but trade is like, it was obviously a big thing, and like for a very long time, you guys were rightfully afraid of like what would be the economic implications of this? How would it affect gearing and progression? And like, I guess like firstly, what has been kind of the use rate of asynchronous trade? Like, how people have been using it?
So we were checking on this recently. I think that you got them to look up the numbers on that, and it ended up being around 50-50.
Just under half were using the new system in PoE 2 so far. I expect that to go up over time.
Yep. Is this like compared to the existing stuff? Or?
Well, that's just compared to people using normal trades. From one person to the other. Okay, but there was a little bit of filtering, like, okay, if it's like with your friend, do we count that or not? And like that kind of thing. Like there was a few things like that we would need to sort of look at to see, like, questions around that. But yeah, I mean, look, it's people who are using it seem to like it. I mean, the buyer experience is obviously way better.
We generally found like I don't know if it's still the case now, but like for a while, like the new trade system, the items were a little bit more expensive. So then there were people who were like,
settling in.
I'll deal with the old one because I want a thing a bit cheaper.
But then the reason why they're more expensive is because of the fact it's easier to buy them, so therefore people are willing to pay more.
And then
So you got
most,
this sort of
most
stock
people are
market
like,
effect.
I'm just going to pay the extra cost because I can't be bothered with it.
Exactly.
That's me for sure. No way in hell am I ever using that old trade system
Cost of
again.
money, yep.
But yeah, and it's important to note as well, and I just want to always verify this. If you are a PoE 2 player and you do have your merchants tabs, you have them in PoE 1 already. You don't need to buy new ones.
Good.
They are shared, just to reiterate.
So, what do you think has been the effect on economy and gearing, and like, is it as I guess as bad as you feel?
I honestly want to look a lot more into this, and I sort of suspect that the damage, as it were, that it causes is like quite subtle and harder to appreciate.
Yeah.
I don't think there's no damage. I think it does matter, and like the things we were concerned about are real. It's just that like it's really hard to kind of quantify that. And I sort of suspect that at the end of the day, the benefits just outweigh that by much higher degree, to the point where like it honestly, like just should have just done it.
Was the cost that needed to be paid.
But the thing that you were just saying, right, is that like those kind of like mid items are like now worthless kind of thing, and that is exactly the fear that we had, right? Like that's the concern.
Yes, Jonathan was asking me before this, like what has been my feeling of like how it's affected my experience, and like I was saying, I'm the player who lives in that 5 to 10 C sale range, like selling those items for 5 to 10 chaos.
And that is exactly the fear that like introducing fast trade does kill the values there, and that I mean that's a problem.
Yeah.
But the only thing that's going to change that is if we increase gold prices. Now, there's going to be an interesting dynamic with the gold and PoE 1, and like we'll sort of be interesting to see there. But
we'll have to keep an eye on that one for sure.
Yeah. But it's sort of also hard to know exactly what's going to happen with PoE 1 as well, just because there's so many more items. Like there's so much more going on. So like maybe the breadth of the economy will kind of change the dynamics a little bit there. But it's hard to say. It's really hard to say.
Well, it's an interesting mixture of phenomena. Like you get the ability to obtain like your starter endgame gear for 5 exalts total. Like you can buy a set of gear basically for 1 exalt each. Right. So like that's obviously there's a big impact there.
For sure. I mean that once again that is the fear, right?
It's just the like the standard now. The bar for like the quality of our gear is raised to a certain point. And then I guess that has follow-up questions like as to how powerful crafting is, how powerful like item drops are when you first get to early end game, like how difficult the content is. Obviously, there's like there's a whole like follow up here.
I mean, we're going to have to effectively look at all of that and adjust. And the thing is that effectively by making trade easier, it's meant that the difference between SSF and not is effectively increased. And that kind of thing as well. Like, I mean, there's some stuff there. But I mean, going back to PoE 1, I suppose, like, even though we've got this experience now with PoE 2, we're just going to really just have to see what happens in the PoE 1 economy. And there, there might have to be some adjustments. But it's going to come down to the individual.
I mean, either way, though, like the amount of people I saw just being like, please just deploy a league. I don't care if there's nothing in it. As long as the trade system's there,
but this is the thing, right?
Like,
like it just kind of has to happen. Like it doesn't even matter. Like there can be problems and we'll adjust for them, but we still have to do it anyway.
But of course, like,
so
it's that's such an improvement.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
I'm excited.
It's
good.
It's so good.
It's very, very good.
But yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to explore this. Like maybe like even next Q&A, like how it looks like if we start to see things over time.
That would be cool. But yeah, it's crazy to think about, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we're talking about releasing Breach 9 years ago. Now who would have ever thought we'd have gold and asynchronous trade and a currency market and like, holy, we're not
actually
are we the same people
back then to say.
We are, but
I know I'm not. It's like it's a good thing. It is. It's healthy evolution. It's good.
Yeah. Okay. So moving on to some kind of mixed questions. Mercenaries was mentioned to be likely returning after a rebalance redesign in some cases. I'm just curious, like, does that mean that like some sort of horrible mercenaries are planned to come back, or is it more just about like having the duels there with the gambling or something like that?
The intention is they come back. There's just a little bit of figuring. I mean, like with all these things, we have to figure out exactly what. It's very hard to develop. We like to see how players think about it, find the bad things, find the good things, and all that. And it's very hard to develop how it goes into core straight away, because then you'd be working on that, and some things might change, and then you end up wasting a bunch of time. It's way easier to let it end, be able to process everything all in one collective, and then make the changes and bring it back together. But like, what does it look like? It's a great new player tool. It's great, like, or you know, less skilled players experience tool. But like, what does it look like when it's not the active league? Like, I don't want a mercenary in every area, and you know, there's all these kinds of like things you got to mess around with and change about how they appear. Is it on the Atlas tree? Are there scarabs for it? Like, what does that even mean? I don't know. And then you know, all the way through to you know, were we happy with how they were itemized? Like, you know, I thought it was too free to just put all the uniques on them without really caring about the downside. Like, they would, you know, there's like they weren't balanced quite right. There was some that were terrible, some that were not so terrible, and like, you know, so there's just heaps of stuff to change. It's really hard to do that when you're in the middle of the league and where you're gathering all that information. So yeah, generally, when this is what you find with a lot of leagues, you get the league, you get a break, and then it comes back 1 or 2 leagues later because it's given us enough time to work out all those kinks and put it in game, you know.
Fundamentally, though, like, so I quite liked Mercenaries, but I also see it as like the sort of thing that I don't know if I want it to always, like, you always have to hire a mercenary.
I agree.
Well, it would be mandatory, right?
And that would be and then this is the thing with additive power like that as well. Is like the moment you've got that, well, what's the reason why you don't do it?
Yeah.
And that's answering that question, I think, is like,
so that's
because I don't like when they talk shit every time I die. That's why.
If you had a permanent mercenary and then permanent grafts, and
exactly.
like, we now have to start watering down the power systems.
Exactly, right. There's questions there. But I think there should be a way to bring them back, and you just need to find the right way to do it that doesn't involve everyone has a mercenary all the time now, which is fine in a league, but I don't think fine for just the game overall.
Yeah, so I imagine when it comes back, it'll be some sort of more like limited or
maybe. Honestly, it's hard to say. It's hard to say at this point.
Yeah, like I imagine there's like a lot of different ways you could go with that. Whether it's like, they're tied to a skill gem, or they're tied to a certain ascendancy, or something like that. Right. But I mean, it's a cool design. Like, it would be cool to have them back in some capacity.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm sure they will come back eventually. It's just, how?
Yeah, we already said they were, so they are.
Yeah, you promised when you said mercenaries and then the graphs, and I was like, what's that game with the giant rolling ball that just sucks up all the entire city? Like, I was like imagining Exiles just kind of becoming that over time.
Yeah, I would have just turned the game into just like everyone's an auto bomber. Yeah. You know, with all their just like league mechanics just killing everything for them, you know.
Katamari, thanks, Charlie. That's the one. Yes, giant Katamari ball exiles. So we did touch on gold. That was good. Heist is mentioned as getting the Trathan gems added to it to give it a little bit more. It got some nice quality of life improvements. But something that I saw that was an interesting question was, so at one point Heist had these like extra modifiers you could get on contracts to like make them more interesting. And they don't really have anything like that. And I would go so far as to say right now Heist doesn't really have any decision making. How do you guys feel about the state of Heist overall?
It's not good enough. And this is the part of the problem is we were having. It's like, we want to do this kind of like mid to grand rework for it, like make it better and change this and change that. And then that was honestly what was holding up that QOL change, where it's just like, because we also were like, we'll design it out such that the rogues don't have the levels, and it was waiting on that, and I was like, okay, look, at this point, it's been too long. We don't know when we're going to be able to do this. We can't say with certainty, because again, the same resourcing limits, the same argument as Charlie, the answer's the same as everything. We have to pick our battles. There's more battles than can be fought. And so, and the same thing, I was like, okay, well, look, if we're not doing this anytime soon, then yeah, we should do this QOL change, and you know, we'll make little incremental improvements to them all the time. But yeah, it's one of those ones that needs some love for sure, and it'll come eventually. We cycle through everything eventually. So yeah, I mean, I just can't win. I don't know. You know, you never know. You never know with these things, because
always
we
eloquent,
assess the
that
battles
Mark.
every time, and we try and pick the best fought ones. And I know there'll be some people who are like, Heist should be your number one priority battle. But like, you know, I don't think that's the majority vote right now. So, you know, we try and make sure we, you know.
Heist is a tricky one because like, I think it always suffered a bit of an identity and mechanics issue as to like, what is it supposed to be? Is it a stealth thing? Is it a just run through as fast as you can? What's the decision making?
For sure. Wow.
But it's also like simultaneously, it is quite well loved by the people who like it, and it had like a lot of flavor and cool characters and stuff in it. Like that. So it seems worth salvaging.
It's definitely rich of character involvement, NPCs and lore and stuff like that. So It's nice, and it
I named my
sucks.
I
daughter
just
after
want to
one
know if the
character, so
quest
you better
heists are
save
still
that
going to
mechanic,
exist.
please, just saying.
Who was that? Was it
Talina?
I was going to I was going to suggest one of the crazy character.
That would be an interesting name for my daughter.
Well, I don't know why you named her that. That's your choice.
I'm a fan, okay? It comes up every now and then, of course. Campaign and leveling. At one point, I think like Path of Exile 2 was kind of like the thing that people were looking for to help save kind of the campaign experience for PoE 1. But obviously, it's a separate game now. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you've done some nice improvements, like adding new things and doing a few little streamlinings of earlier acts. Is this something that you're still looking to continue, especially with the context of you're saying that you're like not really beholden to trying to seek out new players now, so it might not be as important as it once was, but
I would argue it's more important
interesting.
because those campaign changes are what helps it keep fresh for people who are replaying the game.
True.
It's actually it's way more important for the existing players. So yeah, it is something I do want to keep doing for sure.
Great.
I liked the adding things, like different things happening in different zones, and you can kind of restructure some of the areas a little bit and add a little thing here and there. I like doing all that for sure. So yeah, I would expect to continue seeing things. I don't think we have anything particular in 327 for that, but it will, at some point we'll certainly be doing another set of things, and we'll try and keep that up pretty consistently. If not on a patch by patch basis, at least like, every year you get a certain set of them and stuff like that, just to help it feel a bit fresh. I also like the things you just get to integrate like some other random league into the campaign somewhere in a few areas.
Wait, I wonder what's going to happen to the breach
These
in
areas being overrun by X or
Crossroads.
something. It
Wonder if
helps
we'll
it
get like
feel a
an
little bit cool,
extra
and
breach
the world
there.
is changing, and it's not just this static thing all of the time. So
Yeah, I like the deeper integration of league mechanics into the campaign that you've been doing in PoE 2 and to a lesser extent in PoE 1. It's cool. That's good. It's a good way to introduce that stuff to people over time as well. Did you ever have like a crazy fever dream where you like dreamt having like a league where you have some alternate leveling experience besides the campain?
Maps
No, that's
level
never
1.
been
That would be a
Waking
bit of a
thought.
tricky one to do, honestly.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm pretty sure that has been something we've discussed for a very short amount of time, a long time ago. But
The first 65
yeah.
levels are just endless delve, and
Don't know
then
if we
when
can
you hit
really-
65, you can do maps.
yes, I've had some fever dreams about it, but I was just trying to remember what it was, but it couldn't work. I just remember.
Yeah, because I know, like, people ask about it every time, and I'm like, I guess I'll ask in a creative way this classic
Right.
question of, like,
Yeah.
another way to level for the people who just don't like the campaign.
Right,
but,
right.
like, I know that you guys, you just want to make the campaign as good as possible. Like, the answer is always, we'll make the campaign better.
Yeah.
But then I thought, yeah, like, a league as a throwaway thing wouldn't be that permanent problem that you have.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting. That's why
You don't want to give something that's The problem is they'll like directly compete, and one will clearly be better, and then everyone will just do that.
You just make it really awful, and then they'll be like, "Oh, you were right all
great
along."
plan. Let's just make some terrible content.
No one will ask
Stick
for
it
it
to
ever
'em.
again.
Cool.
I mean,
What is it?
that would be one way to do it.
Yes. It's
No,
not.
I do want to keep making it fresh, and again integrating. I want the leagues to integrate into the campaign better and feel unique. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, it is a thing in PoE 2, and we're going to start doing it in PoE 1. Every single area for Rise of the Abyssal has a guaranteed drop that drops from the chest.
Yeah, it's great.
And I don't know how many people actually know this. I know it's not a secret.
The racers know.
Yeah, and then like I think like for example, the Molten Vault in Act 3 has a guaranteed unique drop for the first time you do an Abyss there.
Yep.
And so you get to do that thing where you get to like, and I want to make sure we're gonna do this system in PoE 1 by the way with Keepers of the Flame, where you get like a kind of extra handcrafted guaranteed drop that we pick.
Cool.
For each area in the campaign. So there's a little bit of like, what's it going to be in this area, and so, it'll
I had
help.
no idea that was a thing, by the
Ideally,
way.
if we do our job right, not just like be like, I'm going to skip every single area, get to endgame, and then care about it, which is still a fine strategy, by the way. Go for it if you want. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe you'll second guess some of it now, and you work out which areas you want to do. You know, I like that, but I want to make the active league feel more important in the campaign as well. So as much as we can do to strive towards having that be the case is always fun. I obviously understand though that like when you're insanely an accelerant player, you don't need it, right? You can just get to end game and then deal with it. You might not want to sink the time, but like a lot of people do want to engage with it. A lot of people want to play the new league in the campaign, and so you know we should take every motivation we can to try and make that happen, and that way the campaign can feel more enjoyable, not just be seen as a thing I need to get through, but there'll always be a bit of that, and there's not really much you can do about it, so it's really the fight to keep it as feeling as fresh as possible and with heaps of stuff going on. But it's part of that is the motivation of why we do leagues in the first place, right? Like you want to come back and have this new thing going on in the world. Imagine if you came back and there wasn't even a league. You know, imagine you came back and it's like, okay, there's some balance changes, but like, what else is going on? You know, so you know, like it. Even we understand that you must have the league in order for the campaign to not just feel the same every single time. So.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And I think like the ones that have had less impact on the campaign have certainly been a little bit less exciting for that
for sure.
initial leveling experience.
Yeah, for sure, because it's just the same as before, except kind of honestly maybe worse. You know, and then you really want to feel like the world is different, something's going on, something you're engaging with you didn't before, and you know. Anyway,
I'm a campaign enjoyer. Sorry, I like it, but I got to rep the diverse opinions out there for that one. The
for sure, it's commonly brought up. It's always worth discussing. 100%.
It's a classic.
We compromise on gold. We compromise on trade. You know, it's always good for people to ask what else we
I like to
and
check
how
in
we
and see where you guys have shifted.
Yeah, see where we are and what we, you know, like nothing's set in stone forever. Maybe this one is, but we'll see.
Maybe next Q&A. We'll see. So a question that I saw was interesting was how does GGG track bugs? What's the best way to report them? And the kind of like, the example was like they had a specific transfigured skill gem as like an ice golem that doesn't work with support gems and hasn't since launched. So just kind of like stuff getting kind of lost in the woodwork. Like,
unfortunately, one of the realities of live service development is, okay, so if we're going to make a league by a certain deadline, like every time we're looking at each issue and being like, okay, is this more important than getting this league finished? And it's really, really hard to prioritize some of those things in some cases. Like they should get attention eventually, but it's like we have like, you know, I have no idea how many open issues there are in our bug tracker. It could easily be tens of thousands.
It will be.
Yeah, it will be. And like this is one of those things where like
games.
like we have this thing where it's like, okay, here's something that might affect 0.1% of players, and like it's really, really hard to prioritize that over like, you know, here's the new content that everyone's going to be playing. So people do get slack time where they can just kind of work on random things like that, but like it can be hard to get some of them.
You might find something as simple as like this skill doesn't get affected by support gems, could take 5 seconds and hasn't really been observed or prioritized. That is an option. Or it's going to take 5 weeks to implement some giant refactor, and honestly, we should have just deleted the skill and added 15 others. You know what I mean? Like, it's honestly kind of hard to know, and it's easy to go look at that single thing after this because you happen to bring it up and like, we'll see what the problem really is. But yeah, often sometimes the simplest things boil down to like, oh, we have to refactor this and about how damage is dealt and how, you know, something with conversion and dexterity and, you know, not dexterity, and it boils down to this like giant refactor of how all this code works, and then it's like, now we can do this thing. Okay, what else did it get us? No, just kind of just that.
And you get issues stuck in this hell effectively of like, you know, someone like read it, they put it in the issue tracker, someone looked into it, they realized there was some annoying detail of it that would require some larger change, and then someone was like, oh well, we don't have time for that, we want doing some other thing, and then it kind of gets put into some like hell of like unversion this, like, you know, when we get time thing, and then it just kind of dies, and that's kind of an unfortunate situation that
I have several thousand assigned to me in a version called Unscheduled.
Yeah,
And I was
yeah.
like, I don't know what to do with this.
Yeah.
You know, like one day there used to be this optimism of like one day I'll get there, and then I've accepted defeat.
But I mean, ultimately, obviously, we prioritize things based on how much the community cares about it.
So yeah,
So if people do care a lot about it, then yeah, obviously we'll get some attention.
so to the point of the question, then, like, what can players do from their perspective for something that they think is important? But
Generally, most of the media is like our community team has a generally good eye on things that are more the larger issues that get brought up. They do get noted down. They do generally get forwarded to us or the relevant people. For the fine detail bug reports, our QA team, it is part of their routine to go through the bug reports forums, and
the forum seems to be the most pertinent place.
that is part of the day-to-day routine of the QA team.
Yeah, so if you want to take like the time to actually document something that is like that you think maybe has been missed or doesn't have enough information or could get the bug report forum.
The slash bug in game comes with like a thing, but that's more about like terrain issues or like something to say, oh, what the heck, this generated weird, or like what the heck is this weird thing here. And it does give us a like recreate of the level so we can come in and then like figure it out. But like if slash bug going a skill is broken or like my skill can't be supported, those two things are not correlated. So that's like if it's like broken and like if the level is bad or there's monsters in the level or something glitching out, slash bug is a good way, and then there's a brief description. If you want to like report a skill or something like that, it's better on the forums for sure.
Okay. A couple popular requests. One was dual stash tab, and also kind of tangential to that was like more affinities. Is this something?
You said dual stash tab. I thought you meant as in two stash. I was like,
well, I want more stash tabs in my stash tabs.
You had the quad one. You want to?
I want a halfway between them. It's too much.
Okay.
The items are too small. Duels.
Right, I got it. Okay. Generally speaking, we wanted it to always be that like rollable equipment, things with modifiers don't get specific stash tabs. Like that's the stuff you have to deal with. That's the item management should be in that. But then I understand technically compromised on flasks and bits and pieces.
Yeah, but those can
and it's
only
like a
be
little
magic.
bit of a grey area. But like we so far have drawn the line kind of as just like, I mean, we've literally listed the rest of the stash tabs, and aside from adding new leagues and a whole bunch of new currency items here and there and stuff like that, it's been like, I don't know, I think that might be it. Like, until we add new stuff that requires new affinities, like maybe something comes with this league. I think this league has a locker, so whatever. But then it's like, I don't know if we will ever really add them for the equipment. I don't want it to be that you literally can just control click. Well, people have their dump tabs and different methodologies of doing that stuff, but I don't want everything to just auto sort. People may disagree with me, and fair enough, you can. But that is ultimately how we want it to be, where it's like there is at least some items you're kind of looking at, like especially with mods. Like obviously with the currency, you know by the icon what it is. With an armor, you want to look at it, see what the mods are, and then make a decision. And sure, a lot of people put it in a tab and then look at it later and make the decision. And I understand with the trade system before, what actually people were doing is just dumping it, and then if they get spam for messages, then looking at it. There's stuff like that. But I do want to make sure that you actually are reading the modifiers, assessing if it's a good item, and then making decisions on it as part of your cycle. And you can work around it. That's up to you. But yeah, the moment that everything is just like somewhere, and you're just like, all right, and do you even know what you got now? You know what I mean? Like, and you could argue, well, I can look at it and then control click it and it auto sort. But I think we kind of drew the line at equipment. And again, I suspect a lot of people are gonna be like, well, you should change that, and I'll be like, well, I don't want to, and we'll be at a disagreement there. And again, I'm all about having a healthy disagreement. I don't mind. So that might just be where it is, and I don't know. We can reevaluate in a couple Q&As from now. You know what I mean?
I think on the affinities tab, on the affinities side of things, chat's mentioning that there's like a few in PoE 1 that are kind of missing, maybe like incubators and stuff.
Oh no, they are missing. It is our intention to add this.
Okay, yeah.
For that, more like fungibles and stuff like that, like non-modifier stuff. That it is an intention to add that. Yes, 100%.
Cool, nice. Good to know. Yeah, cool. Yeah. So that's probably the ones.
I mean, we did that in PoE too. We were always like, oh, we've got to release the stash tab, and then we did the whole like, wait, we can just add affinities without the tab. We can add the tab later if we want to. So we still need to go through PoE 1 and add some affinities that don't have stash tabs for sale or anything like that. So yeah,
done some really good click-based quality of life. Less clicks, I'm always keen to see, like for a lot of that stuff that's very spam clicky. Something that was asked was the idea of consolidating Harbinger shards in particular. Seems like it's pretty painful to farm for people that enjoy that, but you know, can only do it for a brief stretch. And Octavian was saying there was something about that happening.
I think we did do something with that, and
yeah,
it came up when we initially were speccing all the QOL changes and like things that are just like easy wins and improvements.
Yeah,
it came up. I just don't have 100% memory recall on if we decided to do it like now. It might actually just be in the patch notes. I don't know. There's like 50-50. It might just be like already like. I think what we do is drop less of them, get rid of some of the bad ones, and drop more of the good ones, but like fewer overall stacks. Higher more in the stacks and less of all the pitter patter that you end up kind of filtering out anyway.
But my engineering
hopefully we
shards.
did that, and then it's in. If we haven't, then it's very clearly on the radar and will come soon.
Cool. Nice. I like this. So you had this thing. It was like, what? We need 10 quality of life improvements for each update, right? It's like bare minimum.
Yeah.
I like this. It's been paying off. I think it's. You get those nice little teasers, like pretty hype building in the lead up to it. And I'm like, oh yes, give me that quality of life.
It's
juicy.
very important for a game again with so much replayability and people coming back and playing that you just start you remove a lot of this friction. You don't want to obviously make it frictionless, because some of the fun comes from a little bit of friction here and there, in some regards. But like, there's things where it's like, this obviously doesn't need to be this way.
It's the little things that erode your enjoyment over time.
Yeah. And honestly, there's a little bit of a time factor to it. It's like the longer it's been in, the more like it's like, okay, at this point, come on now. We've added some other like friction and something in some other way here. We can take away from some of it over here. You don't want it to become a spreadsheet, for sure, but at the end of the day, you don't want it to just become, as we add more and more features, more and more content, it's going to. Everything will have their little thing. It's going to become growingly more annoying over time. So it's important as you add some things that require, manual intervention, you start removing some of the other ones and streamlining them. And it's because the game is so replayed for so long. It's really, really, really important at this point that we are addressing as many things as we can per league to make sure that, you don't just get a build up of annoyance over the course of a long period of time.
Yes, and my hands are very much thanking you as well for a lot of these changes. Oh,
yeah, good.
Sweet relief.
I mean, those ones are always a good win, but like some of them, like the Spectre thing and the heist thing. There's so many that are just like, I mean, they're not. Are they QOL? Yeah, kind of. I mean, they do improve quality of life to some regard, but it's honestly kind of balance as well. It's just like, it doesn't need to be this way anymore, so let's just change it. But yeah. I don't know. We try and think of as many as possible. I love my bingo cards. I don't think I've had too many recently, so feel free to put some more bingo
forgetting
cards
about the bingo
through.
cards.
I love the ideas.
The bingo cards
they can
going.
look, if you don't have 20, it doesn't have to be a 5x5 grid. You can make a 2x2 bingo card. It can, if you can't think of more than 4 things, or just have 4. If you only have one thing, just a single cell bingo card. It's also fine.
Stretching the definition a little bit.
We do
Easy
take a
mode
moment
bingo.
to sit down and go like, what do we want to fix? We crowdsource. We go to our QA. We talk to other designers here who play and stuff, and we're just like, what annoys you the most? And then we try and come up with something. So yeah,
it's good.
I don't know. It's actually quite a fun process, and we go. I think this time around we've got some pretty good winners.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, asynchronous trade, not to mention.
Yeah, I mean that's the big and obvious
That's the
thing.
big
But
one, yeah. Woohoo, pretty nice. So, thank you very much, guys, for the chat today. I look forward to playing some more. And we'll see you fine folks in 327.
Yeah. Excellent.
Well, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks again, and yeah.
Hopefully you guys enjoy the game.
See you later, folks.
Yeah.
It's over. I thought we had another half hour. Question is, are the patch notes out? I don't see no patch notes. So it's probably not for the actual half hour. Well then. No, that's not it.
Hi.
Whoa. this was what I was looking for. What were they saying about mercenary changes? They announced, I don't know, like a week or two ago that the general reception of Mercenaries League was good enough to where they would want to add it to the core game. It's just they don't know exactly how they want to add it, and it may take them a while to figure it out. So the expectation is we'll get it eventually, in some way or another, but they're really not sure how how it'll look. And I guess because they kind of touched on mercenaries like twice. The first time was them basically going over that, and then the second time was they were talking about having like a permanently hireable mercenary that you can gear out exactly the same way we were able to in the Mercenaries League. And then also like a feature in the new league is going to be these graft things, which are like little hands you stick on your back. So then you've got like a permanent mercenary following you around, and then you got these little hands on your back from this league, and then like in 3 more leagues, if they keep doing systems like this, how many other extra little buffs and power-ups are they gonna get? And then so they kind of wanted to figure out a way to like limit mercenaries a little bit, or I guess one term Ziggy used was add opportunity cost to it, so you're not just like there's no reason to not take a mercenary because it's just a straight power-up. So they got to figure out that kind of stuff and then also implement it. But love the merc sale. How do you figure out the holes in your build? Yeah, they were super useful. Honestly, I played Alex. I don't know if you saw any of my live streams or this is your first time on my channel, but during the Mercenaries League, I played my second build was Lightning Warp Mines, which is a build I really enjoy. From a long time ago, and the only reason I was able to make it work this time around was because I could put Doriani's prototype on the mercenary and just like delete all of their lightning res for basically no cost. But the thing I wanted to look at most was the press kit, just because it's full of nice little pictures that I'll probably use in my thumbnails and whatnot. Please hold. PoE 2. PoE, it's not PoE 2. Your deployment just got back, so you haven't consumed any content on Merc League? Ah, gotcha. Well, I hope you're able to enjoy it while you can. I think you still have like a week? When are they ending it? But also, welcome back. You made it. So yeah, if you didn't hear then, or if you haven't looked into it, one of the most broken things you can do in Mercenaries League is find Doriani's prototype, this thing. Nearby enemies have lightning resistance equal to yours. You put that on your mercenary, give it a bunch of jewelry that has minus lightning res on it, and then play a lightning build. And suddenly you can get your mercenaries lightning res as low as minus 200%. So then suddenly everything's taking like triple lightning damage. Yeah, that enables a lot of shit. But then again, the because it was so useful, the jewelry that gives minus lightning res is pretty expensive. Here, what is this? We got ourselves some assets. A nice little hand background. That looks like the breach zone floor. Underpricing Nimbus through the asynchronous trade system. Huge, huge. I was kind of hoping they were going to list it for Chaos Orbs. Is it a Battle of Venter's Gamble? No, it's have you I'm not sure how much experience you have with PoE in general, but it's the reflected jewelry from Reflecting Mists. So I guess I can log in, why not? A patch. Only have 12 on, oh yeah, baby numbers. Nah. Say it's the reflecting mists that pop up every once in a while when you are mapping. Sometimes those roll lightning res, sometimes they roll, well, if they roll lightning res, then they're gonna roll minus lightning res. So you can get minus quite a bit. I think mine is like minus 70. Hello. Video game, please. I'm pretty sure I had minus 70, minus 90. And that was like good enough.
Hello.
Hello.
Well,
It's my buddy.
do get
No,
on
no.
with it.
This was my buddy. So we had minus 90 on Amulet from the Reflecting Mists, which that was tier 3 lightning rest. So you could probably get over 100, over minus 100 if you got like tier 1 reflected into the negatives. Minus 63 from both rings. And so he had minus 184, which is like good enough. It could be better, but it could be worse. The way I did things was a little bit suboptimal, because another thing people were another thing people were doing was using Perquil's Toe, which is a very common amulet. But it says nearby allies' damage with hits is lucky. You count as an ally for your mercenary, so your damage is just lucky. And then the mercenary also eats the downside of that. How do you keep your mercs from folding like origami then? They're just kind of tanky in general. The only time that this mercenary would ever die was if he was standing in constant boss attacks and I was not teleporting him back, because the order skill right here, this skill anyway, it heals them for like a percentage of their health, and anytime I would remember to just spam that while they were like standing and shit all the time, they just wouldn't die. I guess another thing that did help, this was the other thing I meant to mention, was nearby enemies convert 25% of their physical damage to fire. That kept him alive pretty good because he had 75 fire res. But that also kept me alive pretty well. Because since that buff, or since that belt puts a debuff on enemies that makes their damage change like that, it affected me as well. So it was another like useful bit of tech. And these kinds of things that let people ignore the downsides of all this is why they need to rework mercenaries, because this is like stupidly strong. And I didn't fit Perquil's Toe because I found the minus 90 lightning res on an amulet myself, and then I looked at the prices of rings with minus 90 on them, and then suddenly they were like 10 div or something, and I was poor at the time. Playing RF Chieftain, that belt on Merc is so smart. Yeah, it's nice. In all fairness, I didn't come up with the idea. Someone told me, and I was like, damn, that's a really good idea. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, another thing that helped was I really liked having mercenaries with Enduring Cry on them because it gave me endurance charges. Decoy Totem was also huge. At least for me as a relatively squishy character. We were doing like evasion, energy shield stuff. Decoy totem saved my ass so much. It was great. So if you just check their skills for interesting things, there's one that also will put a barrier on you that just makes you invulnerable for like 3 or 5 seconds or something every 30 seconds. So it's like not all the time, but it's like 20%. Like you're invulnerable 20% of the time. You know, I'm not too upset about that. Yeah, Mercenaries was a cool league, but it definitely should have some work done to it if it's going to be like a permanent fixture. This is one of the new ascendancies, or the bloodline ascendancies. I don't know why we're doing air quotes today. It's just my thing, I guess. But yeah, the bloodline from King of the Mists. Is my build mirror tier? Hell. I generally don't min-max my builds that much. The way I plan a build is I open PoB. I think, damn, I want to use this skill on this class. And then I just kind of put the points in until they look all right. I don't check numbers, I don't check gear. Then I run the build, and then when it stops working, I adjust it until I can do the things that I want. So like this build I wanted to do Ubers with because I wanted 40 out of 40. And I just barely am able to do like most of the Ubers. I think Searing Exarch was... Searing Exarch and Uber Elder. I very, very narrowly missed Uber Elder. Honestly, I think if I tried it a couple more times, I could get it. But Searing Exarch was like absolutely not going to happen. But generally, well, once I can do the things I feel like I want to do, I just kind of stop thinking about improving too much. So like this could be better. I usually don't corrupt things. Like that would be another way to make stuff better. It's something I'd like to do more, like actually optimizing stuff. It's just a lot of times I don't really know how to go about it, you know? Been trying to make Rain of Arrows work for years at this point. I believe in you. I love to do off-meta shit. That's why we were playing Lightning Warp Mines. That's how that idea came out. Long, long ago in Metamorph League. I've done a lot of dumb shit, I'll be honest. Probably up there was, with some of the dumbest, was Charge Dash, Cast while channeling, Body Swap. So you would channel Charge Dash and run around, but while you were running around, you'd be teleporting and blowing up corpses. And then you release Charge Dash, and then it blows up along the trail that you ran. Like, it was very silly. It kind of worked. I think I got to yellow maps with that. But yeah, so this league we actually managed to acquire a decent amount of wealth despite the not mirror tier status of the build. We had a lot of, or I had a lot of success with like really just spamming harvest with crop rotation was like a big thing. Made a lot of money that way. I got a couple, I think I got like a 50 div Watcher's Eye. I'm gonna make a video about kind of like the statistics or the funky things we got up to this league. It's an idea I've been thinking about for a while, and I'm gonna try it this league. So like our characters, how many kills we got, how many deaths we had, KD, which Ubers we killed, biggest drop, biggest trade, total wealth, like as much as I can think of, I'm gonna shove into a video and then give like a full review of how I felt about the build or the league. I think probably gonna try and drop that before the next league starts. But back to this. So this is one of the new ascendancies that goes on top of your ascendancies. Have I done an auto bomber? I did ward loop once. I don't think I played that on stream though. Which is like very, very silly. Very, very finicky too. And I don't think this build actually works anymore. I tried it a while ago just to activate it in my hideout, and it didn't work. It's sometimes it would take some time. Like, what would happen is you deal some damage to yourself by summoning minions and then destroying them. So like we have summon spectral spirits from our offhand, and then when we swap back, they die. And then we take damage from Heartbound Loop because our minions died. And then that would trigger cast while damage taken, which would trigger us to summon something else that would then die. And then that would trigger other spells, and then we would just run around. And it would just go on loop. And since Ward works in funny ways with Olros Resolve, it would just go forever. The only problem was if my flasks wore off, I would explode myself instantly. Which was pretty funny to see happen, but it made it really difficult to stack up XP. And unfortunately, like I said, this build doesn't work anymore for some reason that I surely cannot diagnose, because even just getting this build set up it's a hassle. It was really, really fun when it worked, though. So the King of the Mists added chaos damage equal to 20% of life cost if life cost is not higher than the maximum you could spend. That's like, that wording is stolen straight from Lich in PoE 2 with Energy Shield. Skills gain a base life cost equal to 100% of base mana cost. Unaffected by bleeding, can't use belts. So I didn't really notice when they were showing this off in the preview. I was just looking at the downsides of each of these small nodes, but at least they add like an immunity of some kind along with the penalty. In addition to that, if you go past one of those, you get the third ring slot. And honestly, I feel like if you don't have Mage Blood, you could honestly probably get by with dropping your belt rather than your flasks or your amulets. But there are 10 of these. I'm not sure if we'll get to see all of them in this press kit here. This is Oshabi's. Unsealed spells gain 10% more damage each time their effects reoccur. Skills supported by Unleash have +3 to maximum number of seals. Kind of bananas. Elusive has 50% chance to be removed from you at 50% effect, then reapplied. Increased stealth while effective, while elusive, I mean. Not sure why stealth was a thing we're still doing, but I guess it's cool. +10 to max rage, lose all rage on reaching maximum rage and gain adrenaline for 1 second per 10 rage lost this way. Adrenaline is really, really strong. So that might not be the worst thing ever to try at some point. But the thing about these ascendancies is they go on top of your actual ascendancy class, and thus they use the same points. So like whatever you see in here, you would have to decide whether or not you want to take something from one of these trees or take 2 more points on your like normal ascendancy tree. The cat seems designed to play nice with assassin changes. Honestly, I haven't looked at the assassin changes yet. Hopefully that's in here somewhere, actually. Looks like no. So we'll look at that on Twitter when we're done looking at the pretty pictures. So you start there and you get a selector. You can either have Vial skills have increased skill effect duration, increased AoE, and increased effective auras from your Vial skills. 1% more damage per soul required, or require 50% increased souls. And can store +1 use, kind of wild. I wonder how well that would work with Hateforge. It's been too long since I've looked at Hateforge to really remember off the top of my head if that would play well. Foul attack skills you use yourself cost rage instead of requiring souls. Cannot gain rage during soul gain prevention. Maybe? It would just require a whole lot of rage, I guess. Reduce soul gain prevention duration. Vow skills require 30% less souls per use. Have 20% chance to regain consumed souls when used. Or also, I guess, you have Shepherd of Souls if at least 4 corrupted items are equipped, Everlasting Sacrifice with 6, and Sacrifice of Blood with 8. I have no idea what those do. It's probably from in the same order they are up there. So Shepherd of Souls would be Vow non-aura skills require 80% less souls. Vow non-aura skills require 100% increased souls per Vow skill used in the past 8 seconds. When you reach full energy shield, sacrifice all energy shield to gain 5% to all maximum resistances for 4 seconds. Life recovery from regen. Honestly, I wonder how that everlasting sacrifice thing would work with like agnostic and just like a little bit of energy shield. Interesting. Life recovery from regeneration grants blood barrier while on full life. Maximum blood barrier is equal to 30% of your max life. Damage from hits is taken from blood barrier before your life or energy shield. 50% less life regenerate. It's like energy shield, but red. Okay. Got ourselves a nice little combat shot. Sure someone will break that? Not me, though. That's the spirit. Fucking same. Oh, yeah. With and without UI. Burning through all the structures. I think that's the new, like, interior zone that kind of replaces breach stones. That is definitely flipping people off. This hand has 6 fingers, so it has like 2 middle fingers, but that's definitely one of them. Yep. I wonder if the different hands indicate the type of encounter you're about to do if you touch it. Probably. That's the tree. So this is the new crafting system associated with this league. It's a tree. And it has a skill tree. But the tree is based around crafting stuff. I kind of expected the skill tree to be the next picture. But I guess not. But basically, you find little things kind of like incubators, and you shove them in the tree, and then they squeeze out a bunch of items. You can influence the items that it's going to squeeze out through the passive tree that is associated with it. And really, it's like 4 trees or 5 trees, because each one of these little pustules has a different one associated with it. Like some of them do currency, some do items, some do uniques, or whatever. That's the graft. One of the new bosses, I presume. Actually, this is Ash. The little hands have skills they can use in one way or another. When commanded, so this one's manual, you push the button and it does it. This graft will summon forth a field of grasping hands, each of which clutches an enervating orb of lightning. When an enemy is near at hand, the orb it clutches will detonate to deal lightning damage and sap on hit. It's pretty wild that you just have sap like that. This is the first encounter we'll see with the League in Mudflats. This is the Krangled uniques. It lost projectile speed in favor of AoE. This is a potential outcome of the tree when it makes uniques, is to replace one of the modifiers on it with a different one. This is another one that has what did it lose? Oh no, it lost the mana per enemy hit in favor of insufficient mana does not prevent your bow attacks, which is like absurd. So that's pretty sick. Zoff's Blood with Elemental Overload, couldn't tell you what that does off the top of my head. Gold Rim with Chaos res instead of all res. The tree. Dance in white. When commanded, this graft will call forth a devastating tornado, which rapidly deals cold damage to enemies within it. When you critically strike with an attack while the tornado is active, it'll fire off a nova of icicle projectiles. And then those have their own damage stats. They also chain by default, and can chain from terrain. Sick. But these damage numbers are super big. They mentioned during the Q&A, they're super big because the abilities don't scale with any of your modifiers. So it kind of just does the damage that it says. And their reasoning for that was kind of funny. Because the hand is not part of you, it does not benefit from your passives or your gear or whatever. It's just like a little extra life form stuck on your back. And I think that's kind of funny. But moving on. When commanded, this graft will cause a cataclysmic eruption that leaves multiple geysers of flame in its wake. These geysers will regularly fire off fiery mortars, firing more in a burst whenever you use a war cry. Triggering war cries will not cause these bursts of mortars, so you have to use them manually. And during the little trailer where they showed this off, I thought Jonathan said walking near it will cause them to fire off again. And I was a little skeptical of that. Like, I didn't like that idea. But if it's just a war cry while you're close to it, then, like, there's not going to be any incentive to just, like, wiggle back and forth on top of the geysers. I think that makes more sense. This is the tornado again. The NPC, the logo, the training zone, the NPC, more logos. What the fuck? Oh, that's Tool. Kind of yucky, honestly. Uber Incarnation Fear. Uber that guy. These are some of the new drops from the Uber bosses, or from the new Uber bosses, and trigger a socketed spell when you block with a 0.25 second cooldown, 38% chance to block spell damage while in offhand. Spell damage with poison, and triggered spells poison on hit. They just do it. All damage with triggered spells can poison, so you don't even have to use poison skills. I'm sure there's going to be use for that. But probably not me, again, who's going to be figuring that out. The other one is retaliation skills deal increased damage. Damaging retaliation skills become usable every 4 seconds, and they're usable for 83% longer. So you don't actually have to fulfill the conditions to activate the retaliation skills. It's just every 4 seconds you can do it, which is pretty nice. It kind of... I think it kind of subverts the functionality of retaliation skills, but I suppose that's the point. The other one is linked skills can target damageable minions. Linked minions take less damage, and on killing a rare monster, a random linked minion gains its modifiers for 60 seconds. It's Headhunter for your minions. On your head, which I think is kind of funny. But yeah, that's everything in the press kit. Do we have the patch notes yet? The long awaited. We do. We killed just enough time. Nice. Unfortunately, before we do that, though, I need to get up and stretch my legs. And also, I need some water because we're going to be reading for a while. So, I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you are not already, make sure you smack the like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. The follow button if you're watching on Twitch. And I will be back in like 5 minutes, and we'll read through these patch notes. Yeet. Alright, friends. Sorry about that. I went down to get water, and then when I was down there, I found some coffee, so I had to get some of that, and then I wanted a snack, so then we had a snack. Anyways, we're here now, and that's what matters. So, in one moment, we'll be checking out the full details, or as many details are available, for the 3.27 patch notes. Alrighty. How big can we zoom this without overlapping? There we go. Okay, so Keepers of Flame Challenge League. Reach Lords are advancing further in the Outer World, establishing their constructs across raid class. Honestly, the biggest thing about this, starting in Mudflats, is probably the fact that it looked like there were no Roas in Mudflats. Or at least wherever the breach was. Hopefully that means there's no Roas in the entire zone, but you can never really be too sure with this damn video game. Anyways, not gonna bother with the lore stuff. The Genesis tree grow rewards, currency, uniques, equipment, and a new kind of otherworldly item, the grafts, which are the little hands. 40 challenges and whatnot. You get a totem from 19 onwards. New skill gems. Conflagration fires arrows in the air that rain down through the targeted area, around the targeted area, dealing area damage on impact. Excuse me, and leaving the arrows stuck in the ground for a duration. If you move close to a stuck arrow, it will explode, dealing damage on impact and applying a fire damage over time debuff, as well as causing other stuck arrows in range to also explode. So it's a chain reaction, and the thing is you have to move into it. The funny thing is, in the video when they were showing this off, Jonathan used the word ignite, but here it says a fire damage over time debuff, so I'm not sure if it's actually ignite. It would make sense for it to be ignite, but I'm not 100% sure on that. A thunderstorm fires an arrow into the air to land at a targeted location. On impact, deals area damage and creates a thunderstorm which blinds enemies within it. Entering the thunderstorm will cause it to gain stages, and leaving again will cause it to dissipate. It's kind of like the tornado thing from the spears in PoE 2, which again I'm not a huge fan of. Right, I mentioned this around the time they were showing this, but there's a bunch of skills in here where it's like, if you move into the do this and then do this other thing, it will trigger the spell to do something else. I'm not a huge fan of that. I feel like that's probably stealing some of the less enjoyable things from PoE 2. We'll see how it feels in practice. Maybe if I play those skills, but I guess we'll hear people's opinions on it when they get around to it. But leaving the storm while it's at maximum stages will cause it to explode, dealing damage and triggering Thunderburst. You must use this skill yourself. It cannot be used by totems, traps, mines, or other objects that use skills for you. Looking at you, Mirage Archer. Add a new intelligence skill, Somatic Shell. Fire an initial projectile which applies a kinetic barrier to enemies struck. This barrier will absorb incoming damage from hits up to a cap. On reaching this cap, the barrier will explode, dealing damage in an area and releasing a projectile which will seek another nearby target. Projectiles created this way can themselves apply Somatic Shell to targets hit. I don't know if they showed that one off. I also wonder if it can reapply itself to the same target. Like, how does that work on bosses? Kinetic Fusillade. Manifest a hovering kinetic anomaly. After a short duration, the anomaly is flung at an enemy, causing an explosion on impact and chaining to further targets. Attacking again will reset the duration for all active anomalies. Multiple anomalies fired in a sequence will attempt to target different enemies. Cannot be used with traps or mines. Kinetic rain. Swing your wand to cause a number of projectiles to rain down within a large area in front of you, directly targeting the locations of enemies in the area. The locations where each projectile will land are shown with markers before they fall. Each projectile explodes when hitting the ground, dealing area damage and triggering kinetic anomaly. This, which is kinetic anomalies are from Kinetic Fusillade. Or maybe kinetic anomaly is just what they're calling the thing spawned by kinetic rain as well. Maybe it's just a new like keyword or whatever. Either way, if I try and attack Wander this league, it will probably be kinetic rain because it looked sick as fuck. The skill cannot be triggered or used with traps, mines, or totems. So you have to manually attack with that. Wall of Force creates a wall of force which allies and enemies can pass through. Allied projectiles which can chain will collide with this wall, chaining off of it to nearby targets. Projectiles which collide with a wall of force cannot collide with any further walls of force. So no perma bouncing. Added a new intelligence transfigured skill gem, Kinetic Rain of Impact. Also, we're getting Kinetic Rain and a trans gem for it. Nice. Swing your wand to cause a number of projectiles to rain down within a large area in front of you, directly targeting the locations of enemies in the area. The locations where each projectile will land are shown with markers before they fall. Each projectile explodes when hitting the ground, dealing area damage. So they just all explode immediately, I guess? That seems to be the case. Because I think another thing that's not really listed in here is I believe they have to be triggered by enemies, like walking into them. It's kind of like, it kind of looked like Conflagration, where the player had to walk into the Conflagration arrows to trigger them, and then it would like chain react and they would all go off. But Kinetic Rain looked like the same thing, but the enemies had to walk into it. And if they're targeting enemies anyways, it's just going to happen. But anyway, either way, if there's a trans gem that just makes it explode by default, then that's probably not the worst thing ever. Dexterity Sport Gem Wind Burst. Sports attack skills causing them to trigger Wind Burst on hit after you've traveled a certain distance. Cannot support triggers, skills, or skills used by things other than you. Cannot modify the skills of minions. I guess it's just an explosion? Who knows? Living Lightning, support skills which cause damaging hits, causing them to trigger Summon Living Lightning when dealing lightning damage. Cannot support skills used by totems, traps, or mines. Cannot modify the skills of minions. I really wish they would give us a little more information about what these things do. Like, I get we'll see the rest of the information when we can actually look at the gems tooltip, but we cannot do that right now in the patch notes. 20 new uniques. 3 new wand base types, Blasting, Kinetic, and Somatic. These all share the same implicit modifier. Cannot roll caster modifiers. Interesting. Actually, that's probably not the implicit modifier. Maybe. I don't know. Either way, added 6 new ring base types that can be found in Keepers of the Flame. The Cryonic Ring, Enthalpic Ring, Formless Ring, Fugitive Ring, Organic Ring, and Synaptic. What the hell does enthalpic mean? Enthalpic. Fuck you, AI overview. We're going into the Wiktionary. Of or pertaining to enthalpy? Enthalpy? Okay, we're gonna need something that's not Wikipedia. A thermodynamic quantity. A thermodynamic quantity equivalent to the total heat content of a system. It is equal to the internal energy of the system plus the product of pressure and volume. Okay. See, and Wikipedia just gave us the formula and was like, enthalpy is this one. Like, great, thanks. So I take it that is a fire res ring or a fire modifier ring from Zoth. Because these are the, I believe these are the bases that are replacing just the old breach ring. And so now we get them split into the different elements and whatnot. Introduced the 5 new div cards. Wow. Introduced the Foulborn Orb of Augmentation, Regal Orb, and Exalted Orb. This is for... Oh. What? They just glossed over higher tier currencies? What? New random modifiers with higher level modifiers being more likely. Okay. That seems like it would have been good to mention. I thought they were talking... like, when I saw Foulborn, I was thinking it was these things, which are the implants are the currencies which allow you to craft the modifiers on grafts. But yeah, you know what? Cool. Let's just bury a pretty significant change like that in the patch notes. Sure, I'm okay with it. Introduce the unstable implant, which corrupts a graph, either destroying it entirely or replacing the implicit with a powerful modifier. This does not replace the skill the graph will use. Asynchronous trade, huge. Merchants tabs can be acquired through converting existing premium tabs into merchant tabs on the website under your account. And they if they were purchased prior to the launch of Path of Exile 2's third edict update. Faustus is now in your hideout once you've met him in either King's March or Lionized Watch in Act 6. The in-game trade market interface has also been added to Path of Exile. Huge. In each town, you're now able to find an NPC that offers to identify all items within your inventory. Typically the one which offers caster items and jewelry for purchase. Faustus has the option in Rogue Harbor, while Rog has it in King's March. Nessa only offers this service... Okay, dude. Nessa only offers this service after you've reached Merveil's Caverns, so you do still have to worry about wisdom economy at the very, very beginning, which was... I was like... When I was done reading this patch note, I was about to talk about how this makes the early game so much easier. You can just identify whatever you want. And you can keep your wisdom scrolls to buy, like, gear or whatever. But I guess not. Not till the end of Act 1. The Identify Items option does not require any Scrolls of Wisdom, and as a result of this, the drop rate of Scrolls of Wisdom has been vastly reduced after Act 1. Wow. Okay. When specters die, they now transform into a floating orb specter that cannot be targeted and cannot use skills. When you enter an area, the orb specter will automatically transform back into the original specter. Orb specters can still be overridden when raising new specters. So basically, if you have a really nice specter that you really care about, like the ones that come from the corpses you have to place on the ground, you don't have to buy them again when they die. So you can run around with like 5 Hydras and then just let them res when they die. I did that once and it was super annoying to have to buy them all the time. Anyways, while holding right click and control on a stack of stacked decks, you will now continually open them to your inventory or to a stash tab that they're in. While doing so with shift also held, the stacked decks will drop to the ground as they are opened instead. So that'll let the loot filter inform you which ones are good and which ones are not. Val Orbs can now be used on monsters trapped in essences, and Remnants of Corruption will no longer be attainable. Oh, this patch note says existing Remnants of Corruption will be converted to Val Orbs. In the little quality of life announcement video, they said they'll function as before. But I guess maybe they want to get rid of the slot in the Essence tabs. So maybe they're just converting them to Val Orbs instead. I guess that makes sense. Added 5 new stash tab affinities for incubators. They talked about this. Mark couldn't remember if they did that or not. But affinities for incubators, scouting reports, ritual items, sanctum tomes slash research, and settlers items. Added a new tab in the fragment stash tab for betrayal fragments, which houses the Syndicate Medallion and the All Flame members. Fragment tab got even more valuable. Huge. You're now able to fully refund your passive tree with 1 click for a gold cost. Refunding of Atlas passive points can now be done with gold, and you can also fully refund that in 1 click. Native Apple Silicon support for Mac OS. Intel Mac users will continue to receive full support. Huge. Improvements to assets. Added bloodline classes to the base game as a new means of character customization in the endgame, and this is a core feature, so this is not part of the league. And will be available in standard, I believe they said. And also, we should not expect these to go away, like when the league ends. That's the other part of that. These are secondary ascendancy classes that are unlocked on a character-by-character basis through defeating specific endgame bosses. Bloodline classes can be paired with any ascendancy class and are located with your normal ascendancy passive skill points. You can decide how many points to allocate to your original ascendancy class and how many to allocate to your bloodline. There are 10 to discover, and they are all tied to different endgame bosses. Before the patch notes came out, we looked at the Trial Masters, Oshabis, and King of the Mists, and they seem pretty cool. Introduced the Lonely Reverent and Traumatic fragments, which can be used to access the new Uber versions of the Moment of Loneliness, Reverence, and Moment of Trauma, respectively. It's going to be a little annoying to have the pools diluted a little more if you're fishing for something specific or for a specific Uber boss's fragments. But I guess you gotta do what you gotta do. These new fragments can be obtained from tier 17 map bosses. There's a typo. The total number of Uber fragments that drop from these bosses has been increased such that the total amount of old Uber fragments you're getting remains unchanged. Okay. Never mind. They thought about that. The Feared Maven invitation now requires Cyrus and the Incarnation of Dread to be witnessed instead of Chalupa and Etziri. Honestly, I hate that Cyrus is going to be in there, but not having to do Etziri is kind of a nice trade-off, honestly. Having to worry about her reflect mechanic was always super annoying. Cyrus still fucking sucks, though. Unless the one exception is if he works the way that he did in the tier 16.5 map. The like mini version of him. That version's cool. I like him. But the full version is not so much. Maven Invitation, the Hidden is now replaced with the Remembered, requiring witness of Courtyard of Wasting, Chambers of Impurity, and Theater of Lies. So it's the 3 mini bosses, which is kind of annoying because that's pretty heavily RNG gated. So if you're trying to get that done, then good luck. Tier 17 map modifiers. Honestly, the hidden was probably one of the toughest Maven invitations. Getting the witnesses wasn't so bad because you could just do a normal breach stone, but then when you went to run the invitation and like especially if you put modifiers on it, the breach lords in that invitation's actual full encounter were the pure breach stone versions, so they were way powered up compared to what you even fought in the breach stones themselves, and then you're fighting all 5 of them at the same, or 4 of them at the same time. It got pretty rough. So I don't mind that that's gone. But yeah, that's probably, the Remembered is probably going to be a little bit tougher to activate. Anywho, tier 17 map modifiers now grants item rarity, item quantity, and pack size at values similar to red map modifiers, except in cases where the item rarity, quantity, or pack size have been specifically augmented to be higher. Okay. Tier 17 maps can now sometimes be corrupted to have 8 modifiers. Honestly, since we're talking about tier 17 maps right here, I wanted to call back to what they were saying in the Q&A when they started talking about tier 17s. I was actually super relieved to hear the way they were talking about tier 17s and the map modifiers in general. Because when they added tier 17s, they were like, this is a step between tier 16s and uber bosses, or like tier 16s plus like regular pinnacle bosses, and then like uber pinnacle bosses. So you have like a little difficulty spike between the two to like even out the difficulty curve between the two like levels of content. And the idea was nice, but the execution was super annoying, and I just have always hated the modifiers to the point where I genuinely won't even farm tier 17s unless it's like for a challenge and I'm trying to get 40 out of 40. And that makes things feel really not good, because all of the scarabs and stuff, like farming material or juicing materials, are all priced for farming in tier 17s, which are just like miles ahead of tier 16s. And tier 16.5s are kind of better about that, especially because you only have to deal with like a handful of tier 17 modifiers. But either way, in Mercenaries League, or Secrets of the Atlas, whatever you want to call it, they added tier 16.5s, and they were like, here, these are tier 16s, but they also have tier 17 map modifiers on them. And so I saw that and I was like, fuck, they're expanding tier 17s. Like they're expanding this system to spread those modifiers in other places. And I kind of took that as an indicator that they liked that system. And then again, in Path of Exile 2, 0.3 edict, whatever you want to call it, with Abyss, they added the preserved vertebrae, which let you desecrate modifiers onto your maps. And lo and behold, those modifiers were also basically the tier 17 mod pool from Path of Exile 1. And that annoyed the shit out of me. I was like, great, we're gonna have tier 17s in fucking PoE 2 eventually. But then today comes around and they talk about, oh yeah, tier 17s fucking suck, and we need to basically redesign the whole deal there. And then they kind of like sweetened that conversation even further when they said, yeah, map modifier effect is also kind of shit too, and we would really like to do something about that, but we are gonna need more time to really like work through it. Those are two things that I've hated forever since they've been a thing. And so to hear that they're actually like, despite the fact that they've been spreading it around to other different places in the two games, to hear that they actually do want to do something about it and not continue to expand the amount of area where we have to deal with that kind of thing is very, very nice and really refreshing. Because the other thing with map modifier effect that annoyed me about it so much was when the Atlas tree came out, it didn't exist on the tree. There was like other shit, and that other shit I believe was called Wandering Path. I think that was the name. It was a keystone towards the center of the Atlas tree that said, for every small node that you've taken, or I think it was like small nodes don't do anything for you, but for every small node you have allocated, you get like 1% rarity or something like that. And that was like the OP, or the most powerful way to juice your maps, was to just not take any of the fun shit for any of the specific leagues that you want to deal with. You take Wandering Path and you just shit out a bunch of small nodes all over the place. And I didn't like that either, because I like taking points in Breach and other stuff. So I didn't do it. And then they finally were like, okay, Wandering Path's not good. And then what did they replace it with? They took it out and they replaced it with map modifier effect. And so from the very moment they added, I was like, great, this is just the thing that's going to replace Wandering Path. And lo and behold, that's basically what it is. And so not only from like that perspective did I dislike map modifier effect, but I really hate like when I do stack map modifier effect and I get like reduced flash charges gained. It goes from like minus 60% flask charges to like minus 105%, so then you just don't get flasks. Or like the recovery rate reduction for life and energy shield. That turns into no regen whatsoever. And so not having to deal with that part either would be really nice. And then also not feeling obligated to take map modifier effect because I just don't think it's that exciting. But yeah, that's what I have to say about tier 17s and all that business. Super glad they're thinking about it and they realize it's a problem. But moving on. Abyss Scarab of Edifice no longer causes abysses in area to spawn hordes as they travel. Instead, now causes abyss pits in the area that do not lead to an abyssal depths or spawn an abyssal trove to spawn minor Stygian spires. Okay. Bosses from Blight Scarab of Blooming no longer spawn extra monsters in their wave. Cartography Scarab of Risk now has a limit of 1, previously 5. Get shit on, I guess. Following maps have been added back to the Atlas. Where's Haunted Mansion? Academy, Arachnid Nest, Arena, Burial Chambers, fuck. Cells, fuck. Coves is okay. Crater, I don't like it. Crimson Temple. The jail has returned to the Atlas. Desert. Meh. Excavation. Factory. The Forkin River. That boss sucks. Infested Valley. Forking River. Infested. EFGHI. There's no Haunted Mansion. Brother. Put it back. Give it to me. Lava Chamber. Lookout. Lava Chamber sucks. Lookout. I can't remember off the top of my head. Marshes is alright. Mud Geyser's not so bad. Pit's kind of annoying. Actually, Pit is just the guy before the Colosseums in Act 4. Bartool or whatever his name is. Port's alright. Primordial Pool's alright. Residence, I think that's Mini Dominus. Sulfur Vents, Summit, Thicket, and Volcano. Kind of mid all around. But removed is Ancient City. That's okay. Armory, Basilica, Bog, Colonnade, Conservatory, Cold River, Coral Ruins, Crystal Ore, Dig, Dungeon, Geode, Forbidden Woods, Foundry, Laboratory, get shit on. Leyline, Malformation, I don't mind that being gone either. Peninsula, Pier, Scriptorium, Siege, Sunken City, Terrace, Vault, and Wharf. Okay, none of the really, like, none of the ones I really enjoy got removed. So that's good. Leyline, I don't mind, but the little raised section in the middle is kind of annoying. I'm kind of glad to see Siege go, just because I don't like it. I don't know. Something about the shape of it and where the boss is located just kind of annoys me. Vault I've never liked because going to touch the levers before you can go do the boss was kind of annoying. But anyways, map tiers and locations have been shuffled. Most maps are now initially found at a different tier. Some of the map bosses you're required to defeat to upgrade your Pantheon have changed as a result of this. Crafting recipes have also moved. In Keepers of Flame Leagues, Breach clusters have been removed from the Atlas passive tree. Beyond clusters have been moved from the left side of the Atlas passive tree to the right side for Keepers of the Flame Leagues. So basically Beyond is a little more accessible now, which is kind of interesting. Only problem is Beyond is dangerous as fuck. Straight and Narrow Notable Atlas passive has been reinstated in the Atlas passive tree for Keepers of the Flame. I have no idea what that does. Cool. Guarded Hordes no longer grants Voltaxic Sulfite veins and chests in your maps have 5% chance to contain double sulfite. It just has the monsters guarding it. Mining byproducts no longer grant sulfite veins and chests in your maps have 10% chance to also contain an equal amount of azurite. now instead grants sulfite veins and chests in your maps have 15% chance to contain double sulfite. So that's where this went. But it also got its value tripled. And Azurite is once again only attainable in the Delve. Small passives in the mounting modifiers cluster now grant 5% increase to rare monsters in your maps. Previously, 3% increased effect of explicit modifiers on your maps. Oh hey, they've already done something about modifier effect. Chiseled Perfection now grants 5% increased magic monsters in your maps. Small passives in the invasive adversaries now grant 1% pack size. 4 small passives on the interior of the Atlas tree now also... Sorry, 4 small passives on the interior of the Atlas tree now grants 2% increased rarity of items found in your maps instead of effective explicit modifiers on your maps. Small passives that granted 5% increased rarity of items and 1% quantity now grant 3% rarity and 1% quantity. Get shit on, I guess. Breach League uniques are no longer upgraded from Breach Blessings. Blessings now only upgrade Breach Stones. Breach is no longer a reward outcome from other content. All Flame member of Kulamak is unable to substitute It That Fled in Keepers of the Flame Leagues. Valos Puzzle Box cannot produce outcomes containing breaches or breach lords during Keepers of the Flame League. Heists, which previously could spawn breach reward rooms, can now spawn gold reward rooms, which drop a sizable amount of gold. That's kind of a nice spot to shove that in there, considering the gold economy adjustments. Pre-existing breach reward rooms on blueprints will be converted to gold reward rooms. Val Breach will be unobtainable. No! That was one of my favorite skill gems, just because it's so silly, not because I ever use it. I think at one point the only way to obtain it was to corrupt a portal gem while you're inside of a breach, and I thought that shit was hilarious. Last I saw, it was obtainable only from killing a boss in a pure breach stone. Anyways, rogues in the Rogue Harbor will now start at maximum level for the jobs they're proficient in. Again, no mention of the quests, so my only assumption is that they're still in. I really hope they're not, though, because if I see a green contract every single time I open a Snuggler's cache, then I'm going to be a little annoyed. Especially because, like, once you pick them up, they're kind of in your inventory unless you throw them on the ground. You can't just throw them in your heist locker until you're ready to do them. Trifling gems can now be found as rewards from gem side chests in heist. Opening a blight chest now opens other blight chests within 1.5 meters. Characters are now required to have entered Highgate in Act 9 in order to open safe houses at Jun or enter safe house portals at a map device. Syndicate medallions are now more common from high-level betrayal safe houses. You are now less likely to get high-rarity div cards from chests in betrayal transportation safe houses with Gravicius. Harvest reforge crafts, which guarantee a certain modifier type, such as reforge a rare with random modifiers, including a lightning modifier, will now respect modifiers on items which restrict modifier types, such as cannot roll attack mods. Kinda huge. Kinda wild, actually. So that should make crafting a little more intuitive. I'm not sure if that's an overall good change or an overall negative change. I would think it's probably positive because it gives you more control over what you're getting. But I'm not really a huge crafting person. I only dabble. When re-rolling recruits at Ralph in King's March, workers with expertise in mapping, disenchanting, and farming will have less chance to have expertise in other job types. This is great because when you get someone who has expertise in one of the ones you want, and then they also have, like say you really want a smelter and you get like a level 9 smelter, And then he also has a like level 5 mapping. His cost and wage is like 5 times higher for like no reason. So making those things more exclusive is, I think, a very good thing. The reroll with high quality recruits option at Ralph now costs 16,000 gold, previously 20,000. Abandoning a commandeered shipment in Kingsmarch now warns you about the loss of crew members. Rogue Exiles drop fewer regular items. This does not affect their bonus additional drops of equipment from each item slot. Gigantic Rogue Exiles are revived in rituals as regular Rogue Exiles. No longer required to purchase Bestiary Orbs to itemize beasts. Kinda huge. As such, Bestiary Orbs can no longer be purchased from Einhar in the Menagerie, and existing empty Bestiary Orbs will be deleted upon logging in. Voices and whispers during Delirium encounters are now considered ambient sound volume rather than sound effects. Kinda huge. Now, if only we could get like a slider to adjust the amount of color reduction when Delirium is active. That'd be great. Delirium's cool and all. However, having the screen be gray all the time and the same soundtrack playing is super fucking annoying. It's not a problem if you're playing with no in-game music and you're just like listening to your own, but being a streamer, I'm not exactly listening to a whole lot of stuff while I'm playing. Anyways, player changes. Drowning Orbs no longer drown the player faster. Wait a minute. What? Drowning Orbs no longer drown the player faster when they have sources of debuffs on you expire 100% faster. I guess that tracks. Spell suppression now prevents 40% of damage from suppressed hits and ailments they inflict instead of 50. Suppression just getting yeeted. I mean, it's still useful. It's just, what? 25% less effective than it was, or 20%? Minion attacks now inherently always hit. I think that was something that was in PoE 2 recently. Removed all sources of minion accuracy from the game, although existing items with minion accuracy modifiers are unchanged, and these modifiers will now do nothing. Sources that specified other rings have been changed to clarify they work with the opposite ring instead. That does clear some things up, because if you were using the same type of ring, it could be a little confusing. Chain Hook of Trarthus now throws chains at up to 8 targets in range instead of 6. And has 16 maximum chains instead of 12. Now deals 25% more damage at all gem levels. Cyclone, 20% more damage at all gem levels. Huge. Same with Tumult. Bladefall nearly got its base crit chance doubled. Bladefall of Impaling now has a base crit chance of 15 over 10. Trarthus, damage has been increased by 50% at all gem levels. Now has a base crit chance of 10% instead of 6. Bladefall of Volleys now has a base crit chance of 10%. It's all the same thing. Blast Rain of Trarthus, secondary radius is now 4 meters instead of 3.5. Now deals 20% more base fire damage per second at all gem levels. Blink Arrow of Prismatic Clones now deal roughly 20% less damage with their Elemental Arrows attack. Minion duration is now 5 seconds instead of 20. I don't remember if I don't remember which Blink Arrow got used with Bema, but if it's either of these ones, get shit on, I guess. This is roughly the same thing, just a heavier damage penalty and same duration. Bone Shatter now deals 3 to 6% more damage per trauma at gem levels 1 through 20, previously 2 to 4. Convocation is now a white gem similar to Detonate Mines and no longer has any attribute requirements. Kinda huge. Dark Pact now has a base crit chance of 7% instead of 5 and sacrifices 12% of Skeleton's life to deal that much chaos damage instead of 8. Dark Pact of Trarthus Same crit upgrade. And now on reaching 7 rune, will sacrifice 50% of your life to deal 500% of sacrifice life as chaos damage. Previously 400%. Elemental hit now has a larger base radius, higher base attack speed, and a mana cost of 5 to 8 instead of 6 to 10. Explosive Concoction now has less fire damage, and now deals cold damage if charges were consumed from a sapphire flask. Okay, so it's based on which type of flask it steals charges from. It now also has 120 to 196% to damage over time multiplier with Ignite if charges were consumed from a ruby flask. So much easier to work Ignite off of that then. It looks like Explosive Concoction of Destruction had a similar change. Exsanguinate now deals 15% more base physical damage per second with a physical damage over time debuff. Someone was talking to me about playing Exsanguinate next league while I was doing a practice run last week. That person's gonna be real happy. Exsanguinate of Transmission now deals it's the same buff, it's the same exact buff. Okay. Flames of Judgment granted by the Itziri's rule unique staff now penetrates 50% fire res, previously 25%, and 100% chance to ignite enemies, previously 50%. Hexblast now has 200% more damage with hits if the enemy is hexed, previously 150, and 90% more damage with ailments if enemy is hexed, previously 60. They just nerfed the fuck out of Hexblast, didn't they? Where'd my wiki page go? Or was that in... There's no way that was in PoE 2. Hexblast was shit. I mean, they did nerf Hexblast in PoE 2 despite it being shit. 3.20, got a longer cast time, higher mana cost. Higher damage. Now has 100% more damage with hits if enemies hexed, 40% more damage with ailments if enemies hexed. Spell's cast time is added to its cooldown if triggered and removes the hex after damaging. Now has 340% of effectiveness of added damage, previously 310. And 3.25, 5 leagues later, it got booted down to 300% effectiveness of added damage, scaling to 340 at level 20. So that wasn't like a full nerf, it was just early nerf. Hexblast in 3.26, Hexblast now has a 2-second cooldown with 3 uses. Now has a base radius of 3.2 meters instead of 2.8. And the spell's cast time is no longer added to its cooldown if triggered. Now has 150% more damage with hits if enemy is hexed, previously 100. 60% more damage with ailments if enemy is hexed, previously 40. So I guess it still has the cooldown and uses. And that probably doesn't work so well with mines. But they're giving it more damage again. There's Mirror Arrow. The other Hexblast also got the similar buff. Mirror Arrow and Mirror Arrow similarly got shit on with Blink Arrow. Poison Concoction, oh fuck. They're nerfing it. No. Oh, kind of. Now has 20. Now has less flat damage. Yeah, at all levels. And added cast damage is equal to 4 to 16% of Flask's recovery amount if charges were consumed from a life flask. Previously 3 to 11%. So basically, more of the damage is locked behind how good your flask is. I'm not sure overall how that's gonna affect it. Peacock of Bouncing got a similar change as well. I mean, that's basically 20% less flat damage. And 30% on the top end, let's say. What's going up 4? So yeah, like a little over 30% increase in the amount of damage it takes from your life flasks. And even at level 1, that's still a 30% increase. So it's, I don't know, it'll probably feel... It'll feel worse if we get shit RNG. And probably better if we get good RNG, I guess. But yeah, trying to get like 30% flasks in endgame will probably make it feel a lot better. But this is the build we're planning on starting with, so hopefully it's not too bad. We'll just have to do our best. Oh yeah, another thing is, this is more a heavier requirement placed on having the flask charges to get the bonus damage. Because if you're out of charges, then you're going to be feeling like shit. That's the other problem. And I know on Merveil in particular, I tend to run out pretty easily. So we'll just have to make sure I have portal scrolls for that. Did they nerf? While I was doing practice run, someone else was talking about previous nerfs to Poison Concoction, and I was unsure if they actually did that or not. Or what they did to nerf it. Now has a mana cost of 5, so they reduced it early. 30 to 44 added chaos damage at 1. So they increased that. Increased this. So actually the new level in 3.27 is going to be lower than the original version. 26 to 39. 22 to 33 is the new value. Yikes, so this is the lowest it's ever been. But this is also the highest it's ever... The highest the added damage from flasks has ever been, so like, I don't know. Maybe it's a wash. But again, it's just going to require a little more... more effective management of your flasks in order to work well. Which is a little bit of a hassle for trying to zoom through the campaign, but we're going to try it and do our best anyways. That's unfortunate. Placed Pyroclast mines no longer have an aura that adds fire damage to hits against enemies near them. They instead now apply an aura that inflicts fire exposure. The effect of this exposure scales with effective auras, but multiple placed mines do not cause the exposure effect to be higher. Pyroclast mine now deals 35% more damage at all gem levels and fires an additional projectile for every 3 prior mines in detonation sequence, previously 4. Now has way more effectiveness of added damage, and the fire exposure aura applies minus 15% to fire res. Pyroclast minus sabotage, similar buffs, but its fire exposure aura is 10% higher. Reap now deals 15% more base physical damage per second with physical damage over time debuff. Same as Exsanguinate. Shield Crush of the Chieftain, lower mana cost. Note was previously included with the 3.26 patch notes, but the change was not applied correctly. Hopefully we got it this time. Siege Ballista of Tarthus now deals 35% more attack damage at all levels. Spectral Helix has higher base attack speed. Quality now provides projectiles that have pierced deal more damage, up to 20%, previously 10. Same stuff for all the other spectral throws. Storm Call of Tarthus, same buff as Reap and Exsanguinate. Storm of Judgment granted by its series rule now penetrates 50% lightning res instead of 25. So this is the same as the other series rule buff. Storm Rain of the Fence. Arrows now fire beams every 0.15 seconds instead of 0.2. That's 25% faster. And each arrow can fire 20 beams, previously 14. Quality now provides each arrow can fire plus 0 to 4 beams, previously 0 to 2. So you can go from a maximum of 16 to a maximum of 24. And they fire way faster. Cool. Storm Rain of the Conduit. Each arrow can fire 6 beams instead of 4. 0.3 seconds at level 1 instead of scaling down to 0.41 at level 20. More beams again for the quality. Sunder of Tarthus waves can now restart up to 3 times. Yo, Winter Orb buffs. Now fires projectiles every 1.2 seconds instead of 1.6 and has 80% more projectile frequency while channeling, previously 125. That's probably just to offset the reduction there. Volatile Dead Orb Explosions now deal 25% more damage at all gem levels and 210% effectiveness of added damage, previously 170, so it's a pretty hefty buff. Same for Seething. Confinement got a base explosion radius increase, and that's it. Volcanic Fissure of Snaking no longer has 50% more AoE. Fissures will not automatically target enemies hit by the explosion of the previous fissure in the chain. Unfortunate, so that's kind of fucked. Voltaic Burst now has a base radius of 2.6 meters, previously 2.2, and a cast time of 0.4, previously 0.5, so faster. Lower mana cost. Vortex of Projection now unable to explode from frostbolts. I forgot to turn this down so the audio is a little lower. Vortex of Projection now unable to explode from frostbolts that will explode from other casts of Vortex of Projection. Val Cyclone got buffed. Val Reap got the same buff as the regular one. Same with Spectral Throw. Woke Hex Touch is buffed. The penalty is lower. Corrupting Cry support now deals more physical damage. Okay, it's the same as the other physical damage over time debuffs. Energy Leech support no longer has supported skills deal more damage while leeching Energy Shield. Supported skills now deal 15 to 24% more damage while on full Energy Shield at gem levels 1 to 20. Previously 10 to 14%. Quality now grants supported skills deal increased damage while leeching Energy Shield. So they just removed the multiplicative damage, shoved some or all of it into the wall full, and then put a little bit of increased damage while leeching on quality. Rupture support, debuff can now stack up to 4 times instead of 3. Damaging ailments from Sadism, inflicted with skill supported by Sadism now deal damage faster. To a maximum 98% faster instead of the old of 79. Now has 70% less duration of ailments inflicted with supported skills instead of 80. So the penalty has also been lightened up. Spellslinger got buffed again. Maybe it's usable. Huge. Supported skills now deal 30 to 20% less damage with hits and ailments at gem levels 1 through 20. Previously 37 to 31. So at level 1 now, well, at level 1 in 3.27, it will be stronger than it is at level 20 in 3.26. Huge, huge. For Chieftain, Namahu Flame's advanced notable ascendancy passive skill now has non-unique jewels cost small and notable passive skills on large radius to also grant +4 to strength, previously 3. Okay. 33% more strength from that. Cool. Champion, the Worthy Causes. Now grants banner skills have 100% increased duration, previously 50. Make it more better, why not? Instead of looking at this, we're going to look at this, because I did not look at this earlier. So this is the new assassin. Please hold on. Thirsty. This is the new assassin. I'm not sure if this is a full rework. It probably is if they're showing everything. But anyways, Toxic Delivery. Poison you inflict with critical strikes deals 20% more damage. 5% increased poison duration for each poison you have inflicted recently, up to a maximum of 100%. Recovers 0.5% of life per poison affecting enemies you kill. All damage from hits can poison. 40% of physical damage taken recouped as a life, unaffected by damaging elements. Mistwalker is elusive on critical strike, increased elusive effect. You take no extra damage from critical strikes while elusive. It was mentioned earlier that that would probably work pretty well with the Oshabi bloodline thing that buffs elusive. Maybe. Two seconds. Yeah, the Oshabi bloodline thing is reapply elusive. 50% chance to reapply elusive when its effect goes down to 50%, and then you get more stealth while you're while you are elusive. I'm not really sure how valuable stealth is. Maybe you can get it up to 100% with Ferul's Fur now. Pretty sure that's the only other source of stealth I can think of. Cat stealth increases the character's stealth. By how much? 100% increased stealth. I guess you just always have 100% anyways. So yeah, maybe that's not necessary with this node. Death marked. Wait a minute, let's look at unstable infusion first. 15% chance to gain a power charge on critical strike, 30% chance to gain a power charge on non-critical strike, +1 to max power charges. Kind of huge. Death marked is trigger level 30 assassin's mark on attack critical strike against a rare unique enemy, and you have no mark. Mark skills cost no mana. Marked enemy cannot evade attacks. Okay. I'd like to know what Assassin's Mark does, but that's cool. Just since I'm kind of blocking Mystical Infusion. Base spell critical chance of spells is equal to that of main hand weapon. I'm sure there's some interesting uses of that. For this little selector here, we have Knife in the back. 100% more crit chance against enemies that are not on low life. Plus 100% to crit multiplier against enemies that are on low life. Critical strikes have Culling Strike. Kind of a nice source of that. For the Jugular, plus 100 to crit multiplier against enemies that are not all. It's the opposite, but they both give you Culling Strike on crit. Damage from critical strikes cannot be reflected. 25% more damage while there is at most one rare or unique enemy nearby. 35% less damage taken while there are at least 2 rare or unique enemies nearby. That's kind of wild. I mean, that's going to be like a bunch of damage reduction, like even during the new Uber Goober from Zana's Memories. The one that summons like the additional bosses when you have to go get the roses or whatever. Cool. For Trickster, the Heartstopper notable now grants every 10 seconds take 50% less damage from hits for 5 seconds, previously 40. So the other one got buffed by 10% as well. Soul Drinker notable ascendancy no longer has 20% increased attack and cast speed while leeching energy shield. I just flat out removed it. Spellbreaker no longer has plus 20% chance to suppress spell damage. It now has prevent 15% of suppressed spell damage while on full energy shield, previously 10%. This was previously giving you 60% damage reduction from suppressed spell damage. Now it's giving you 55 because spell suppression in general got removed or got reduced from 50% reduction to 40%. So you're with the plus 15 here, you're at 55. The one step ahead notable ascendancy passive now has your action speed is at least 90% of base value, previously 108. Nearby enemy monster's action speed is at most 90% of base value, previously 92. So that's a little bit of a bummer, but I understand the nerf. That was really strong before. For Saboteur, 40% increased cooldown recovery rate from Light Clockwork instead of 30%. Cool, I guess. Elementalist Liege of the Primordial now provides 50% increased effective buffs granted by your golems, previously 100%. That got shit on. Necromancer, the Corpse Pact notable now has 4% increased attack and cast speed for each corpse consumed recently, up to 200%. Previously, 2% increased attack and cast speed. So it stacks up to double. You'd have to consume 50 corpses in 4 seconds, though. I don't know if that resets. I've never used it, never paid attention to it. So I don't know how that works. But it seems better than it was before. Although it does have a maximum now. I don't know if it always had that, or... and then they just, like, didn't put it in the note, or that's new. But cool, I guess. For Pathfinder... great, we're gonna get nerfed here too, aren't we? Master Distiller notable ascendancy passive skill now grants bonuses to non-channeling skills you are consuming. Now grants bonuses to non-channeling skills you're consuming 3 charges from a flask. Bro, what the fuck is this wording? How is this worded here? Which one was it? Master Distiller. Grant bonuses to non-channeling skills you use by consuming 3 charges from a flask of each of the following types, if possible. For Diamond Flask, it's crits. Crit chance, I mean. For Bismuth, it's damage, Elemental Pen. For Amethyst, it's Fizz's Chaos. It all got buffed, actually. Nice. For Warden, the lesson of the season's notable ascendancy passive skill now has prevent 3% of suppressed spell damage per bark below maximum from +2. Bark Skin, granted by Mother's Teaching, no longer has the mana reservation. Okay, so that's free now. Nice. Removed Accuracy Mastery that granted minions accuracy rating is equal to yours, because minion accuracy is no longer a thing. Replace Minion Defense Mastery that grants minions accuracy rating with minions have 20% increased CDR. Grave Pact passive Tree Cluster now grants Chaos Res instead of minion accuracy. I guess that's cool. Ash Collar Unique Wand is now found on Goat's Horn base type. Previously Carved Wand. Eclipse Solaris is now found on the Fawn's Horn. And also got buffed with more attack speed. Less light radius. Well, it now has a range on the light radius. Very unfortunate. Now adds 2 to 5 fire damage to attacks for every 1% of your light radius. Is above base value. So light radius turns into a damage stat now? What? Wow. Actually hilarious. Yo, can you get your light radius value above 100% in Delve? You can, right? I wonder if that would count. The Glorious Madness buff from Beacon of Madness boots Embrace Madness skill now inflicts a random touch debuff every 2 seconds, previously every 1 second. The only purpose I ever saw for those was for Ward Loop. There was a way to run it that would make Ward Loop a lot easier to do, but it was a super pain in the ass. Hinakora's Sight unique amulet now has prevent plus 4 to 6% of spread spell damage instead of 3%. Midnight Bargain is now found on the Calling Wand. Moon Sorrow is on Kinetic Wands. Nebulous now grants increased elemental damage per 1% fire, lightning, or cold resistance above 75%. So that got nerfed. It also now grants 60 to 120% increased magnitude of implicit modifiers. Okay. I mean, I guess that's a nice trade-off. Obliteration is now on the Omen Wand. Replica Midnight Bargain is on the same wand as the other one. Replica Nebulous got the same change. Replica Twizel got buffed with more physical damage. Piscator's Vigil is now found on Kinetic Wand. Poet's Pen is on a new wand. Twizel Regular no longer has Socketed Gems fire an additional projectile. It now has 80 to 140 increased fizz damage over 80 to 120. Attacks fire 1 to 2 additional projectiles when in offhand, and attacks have 40 to 60% AoE when in main hand. So you're incentivized to not wear a shield while you're using that. Void Spawn minions summoned by the Servant of Decay unique body armor now deal roughly 100% more damage, and now have a combined life and energy shield 3 times their previous total values. It's kind of wild. Wine of the Prophet unique flasks Doctor buff now displays as granting stolen rare modifiers for 60 seconds. Previously stated 20 seconds, but was functionally 60. So they fixed that. Whispers of Infinity amulet now has 50 to 100 maximum energy shield, previously 200 to 400. You can shit on your own items by using a Divine Orb. Nice. How much more do we have? Not too much. Essence of Fear now grants minion damage on helmets instead of minion accuracy rating. Runegraft of Recompense has been renamed to Runegraft of Refraction. Now grants recover 10% of skill mana cost per unspent chain when projectiles end, up to 50%. And now grants fire at most 1 projectile. I was wondering about that. Skills chain plus 1 time, and projectiles fork. Redeemer amulets can now roll prevent more express spell damage. Oh no, at a higher value. Cool. can no longer obtain rings in Delve that have the curse skills. I'm sorry, you can no longer obtain rings in Delve that have the curse skills have increased skill effect duration modifier. Not the end of the world, I guess. Carved wand, engraved wand, and imbued wand base types can no longer be obtained. Accumulator wand, assembler wand, and congregator wand now have a base crit chance of 8.5, previously 9%. So they got nerfed. Calling wand, convening wand, and convoking wand also got theirs nerfed. Their crit chance nerfed. Same with the other wand types. Demon horn didn't escape it. Fawn's horn, pagan wand, profane wand. I guess they wanted to reduce the crit chance on there to make the other, like, new Fizz wand bases more attractive. Flaying knife, glass shank, and skinning knife have their base crit chance increased. Same with the other daggers. Looks like they pretty much across the board got higher crit chances. Modifiers on heist rogue gear that granted increased XP for the equipped rogue no longer can roll. Though existing mods will not be removed, they just aren't very useful anymore. Makes sense. I'm not reading ruthless changes. Refactored how monsters with physical damage converted to elemental damage scale with monster modifiers and map modifiers that grant physical damage gained as extra element. In general, these modifiers will have far less effect on high level monsters that converted most / all of their physical damage to a specific element. Okay. Sounds good. I like when monsters do less damage. Adjusted the incarnation of dread, fear, and neglect boss fights, generally resulting in less life but more damage or debuff potency. Detonation speed of most monster volatile cores can no longer scale with attack or cast speed. Additionally, the ability for some sources of volatile cores to ignore block evasion and spell suppression has been removed. Kinda huge. Volatile cores from the Tier 17 map modifiers and specific ritual monsters have also had their damage reduced. Nice. Good change, good change. Malachi the Nightmare should now more reliably remove the invulnerable visuals from his life bar when he becomes targetable between phases. That was super annoying. Didn't really change anything, but it was annoying to look at. Improve visuals and audio of the on-death effect from vibrant gargoyles. For this league, our Kirat crafts are Abyss, Ambush. Wait a minute. Abyss, and that got nerfed. Ambush, and that got buffed. Anarchy, and that got nerfed. Domination, and that got buffed. Heist got buffed because it's cheaper now. Legion got nerfed, although it's... You get one less additional Legion per time you use it, which is a 50% reduction, but then its price went down by more than 50%. So it's like, whatever. You get less value per map out of it, which is a little sad. It's actually pretty sad because if you're farming Legion, then having like 3 Legions instead of 2 Legions per time that you have to like juice the map adds a lot of value. So it's probably still a nerf. If you're out and going, though, it doesn't really matter too much. Saddlers now cost 5 Chaos Orbs. And it got buffed. Torment is 2 Chaos Orbs and got nerfed. Breach and imbued breach map device crafting options have been removed. Rest in peace. Added an imbued heist map device crafting option, which causes the area to contain 5 additional Snuggler's caches. Kinda huge. Adjusted the quest rewards for the new gems. I'm not going to read all that. 2 seconds, please. UI changes. Added an option in gameplay settings to prevent the game from pausing during gameplay. Speedrunners rejoice. You can now spend points in your passive tree while also moving with your passive tree open. Added an indicator for your current thaumaturgic dust to the recombinator. While using an orbital alteration, you can now hold Alt to swap between augmentation, if one is available, in your inventory or stash. When multiple gems are available to be leveled up, yeah, this is the quality of life stuff. There's now a button available that can be clicked to level them all up at once. Can now access disenchanting from ROG in towns and hideouts. Added icons to the maps in Kirak's mission UI that represents the objective. Skill gems traded to other players via the trade window now have their level up dismissed and attack in place properties reset. Reordered the list of currency item types in the item node editor. This is the pricing section, by the way. The cursor size UI option has been changed to a slider. Portal access option is now accessible when using a controller within the hideout stash. Increase the size of resistance icons for bosses when playing on controller. And improve the management of cache files on console to avoid running out of temporary storage space. This should fix issues with the minimap being reset on leaving and re-entering an area, and with loop filters failing to load. Now this, I'm not gonna bother reading the bug fixes, but good they got to some of them. So, those are the majority of the major changes coming to the game in 3.27. So far, I mean, it looks pretty good. I'm bummed they're nerfing Poison Concoction. But, you know, what can you do? It doesn't seem like it's dumpstered, so we're probably going to play it anyways. Pathfinder did get touched in the balance pass, but did not get nerfed, thankfully. I think it'll still be workable, we'll just be a little slower. And like I said, we'll be more dependent on our Flask RNG and in maintaining our Flask charges while we're fighting bosses. I think we'll be able to do it. I think it'll be fine, so we're just going to stick with it. And hopefully it all works out. But overall, I'm very excited for the league. Asynchronous trading alone is enough to like make me hyped to play the game again. So the fact that we're getting a facelift for a Breach, I'm cautiously optimistic and excited to try it. And yeah. I think that's about all I got. So I believe that's where we're going to end the stream for today. Tomorrow we're going to come back at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time to do another practice run with Poison Concoction Pathfinder, which is what we're planning on league starting. And yeah, we're going to try and get to maybe, just maybe we can get under 4.5 hours on the campaign. It'd be something. It might be a little difficult, but our previous time was, our previous 2 times were 4 hours 41 minutes, I'm pretty sure. So if we can beat that, I'll be happy. But either way, when we get to the new patch and Poison Concoction is nerfed, honestly, we're probably going to slow down a little bit, but we'll do our best nonetheless. So with that, we call it a day. I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you enjoyed. If you did and you've not already, make sure you smack the like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. The follow button if you're watching on Twitch. And like I said, come see me again tomorrow. One other thing I need to plug is when the league does launch in 3.27, so Friday of next week. We're not going to stream on Thursday like I normally do. We're going to start streaming at 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, whenever the league launch. It's usually 4 p.m. And then we're going to do a 12-hour stream on launch day. 12-hour stream on the day after that, which is Saturday. And then another 12-hour stream on Sunday. So we'll be doing 12-hour streams all weekend for the launch. And just going to see how far into the league we can get in that time. So look forward to that. And yeah, I hope you have yourselves a good rest of your night. And I will see you tomorrow. Yeet.